You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Cowan Equipment poll questions, Browns, off of some of LT's four down questions, is brought to you by Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Who is the best college football team in Kansas? 53% early on say Kansas State. 47% say Kansas. Who's the best college football team in Texas? 73% think it is TCU. 19% think it is Texas. 7% think it is other. 1% thinks it's A&M.
Yeah.
I guess SMU would be in the other, right? Baylor, SMU, Texas Tech. Yeah.
Oh, Baylor is a good one, yeah.
If you are a Heisman voter, would you consider FCS players for your ballot? 74% said no. 26% said yes.
We have lost Loretta Lynn, 90 years old. The country music legend passed away. She sang songs about her life. As she said, I know what it's like to be pregnant, nervous, and poor. She literally was a coal miner's daughter. One of her hits, Don't Come Home A-Drinkin', You Ain't Woman Enough to Take My Man. She had songs, and if you ever watched the documentary about country music on PBS, I didn't know these songs even existed because they weren't played on the radio, but the hits in the 70s called Rated X and The Pill, just about women's rights and how, times women's were exploited. And she said this to Esquire in 2007. I wasn't the first woman in country music. I was just the first one to stand up there and say what I thought and what life was about. She was really cutting edge, and I know I may be the biggest country music fan on the show, that some of you don't like country music at all, but she really is, if you take down genres of music, one of the more progressive women to push the industry along. I think Dolly Parton speaks wonders about what Loretta Lynn did for her and women in music.
I mean, what you always do is the Mount Rushmore, right? The Mount Rushmore of female country music artist. She's 1,000% on there.
Oh, yeah.
Her, Dolly, Tammy Wynette.
Yeah, she's number one.
Yeah.
But if you just start thinking about women who changed an industry,
yep.
I don't know where Alanis Morissette or Aretha Franklin or somebody like that falls if you can get down to four, but Loretta Lynn would be into the conversation as well for female artists in the music industry. She just happened to be country. Pretty sad loss there. Age 90, though, a great life.
What a run.
Died there at her big ranch, the Hurricane Mountains. There she is, the queen of country music, Loretta Lynn, R.I.P., coal miner's daughter there. We are back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Well, the baseball playoffs start on Friday. The field is set now because the Braves took care of business last night and popped champagne down in Miami. They're the National League East champions. I don't know how much value you put in division championships, but this seemed like a mission for Braves fans ever since Buster Olney said this on our show back on June 2nd.
Not Buster.
June 2nd of this year, this was Buster Olney.
I think the National League East race is over. To have the Mets with that big of a lead, knowing that their owner, Steve Cowan, is going to be really aggressive before the trade deadline, I don't think the Braves can catch them.
The Braves did catch them. It took them a long time. They caught them, they passed them, and now they're the champions. How much do you put into a division championship win this year for the Braves?
Well, I put a lot into it because they get 100 wins for the first time since 2003, and the fact that they get a bye now.
Yeah,
they're the number 2 seed in the National League, so you stay away from the Dodgers until possibly National League Championship Series.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, first of all, I think the Braves put it on the facade, right? I mean, they hang. It's not really a banner. I don't know what they call it, but
Boy, and they've got a lot of them.
They got a lot of them. I think they put it up there. So if they put it up there, it's a big deal, obviously. And to Lance's point, now that the playoffs work the way they work, and there is an incentive for being a division champion, it's even more important.
Yeah, it does seem like, and JM Dog, I told you guys Showalter can't finish.
He did do that. I remember back when Buster said it. He's like, Buster is way too early. Showalter cannot close a deal.
Cannot close the deal there. So he did not, and now the Mets have to go into what we haven't done this best of 3 thing before, have we? The way it's going to be set up this weekend. Did we do it during the pandemic?
Yes.
It was exactly like what we're going to do this weekend. It seems to be the potential of a little chaos this weekend, right? And even if you survive the best of 3 series this weekend, running right into the next round of the playoffs, you can't have your pitching set up exactly the way you want to, like the division champions that people with the buys will get. So there is a disadvantage to being a wild card team and the potential of getting knocked out. Teams like the Phillies or the Mariners who barely sneak in, there is some danger. There's some danger of those teams because all you have to have is 2 good starts and you could eliminate a good team.
Yeah, you could. And you talk about Seattle, they go to Toronto, and Toronto, the expectation was most Blue Jay fans thought that they would win the East.
Yep.
And, that's a team that, boy, when they heat up with their bats, they can be really good. Cleveland is a team that I think it was Buster was talking about is under the radar this year, at least coming down the stretch. Your Rays have got Cleveland. That's the way you wanted it set up.
That's the way I wanted it. I mean, I would rather go to Cleveland than I would to Toronto. You have to admit.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
And then a win there, I would rather play the Yankees than I would the Astros.
New York's got to play San Diego now.
Yep.
St. Louis, a team that Buster was talking about a couple of weeks ago, is that kind of that hidden gem in the National League. Now they play a really hot Philadelphia team.
Yeah, with
Zach
2 really
Wheeler,
good starters.
Zach Wheeler's already going game 1 in that. I think it's going to be fun postseason.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is a Friday, Saturday, Sunday of these best of 3 series, of which I don't know how much I'll turn it on. I guess I'll turn it on occasionally on Friday, Saturday,
it's
Sunday.
better during the week. Over the weekend, I won't watch a bit of it, but during the week, yeah.
Friday, I'll watch a little bit.
Maybe Friday. Jay Price said it's called a pennant. That's what made me stumble. You can't call it a pennant because historically the winner of each league gets the pennant.
A division is not a pennant.
So I know it may be shaped like a pennant, but that's why I had to stop myself before I called it that.
Bobby's right. A pennant is when you win the league
That's
championship.
right. That's historically that's what that has
You
been.
win the National League pennant or the American League
That's
pennant.
right.
Yeah.
Now they named it that before you had, all the stuff we've got now, the wild card.
Didn't have divisions when they named it the pennant.
They didn't really have to do anything then.
Yeah. So the baseball playoffs are set, and for Braves fans, it's an accomplishment, and just a little part of the fun on the show has been Buster calling it back on June 2nd, and he has since come back and picked the Braves to win the World Series. And I'll ask you that question right now. As you look at the field, is this Is this easy to predict who's in the World Series? Not easy to predict? Do you think the Braves can do it? Do you think the Dodgers do it? Do you think it's the Astros, the Yankees? Or all of a sudden, is this sort of like trying to pick the NCAA tournament?
I think it's the Astros, and then take your pick, Braves or Dodgers.
So it's Astros versus Braves or Dodgers.
Yeah, I would feel really good about that.
So those three teams.
Yeah.
Other side of baseball last night was Aaron Judge. We'll get to that after we do. Our friends at Precision Sports tell you that they can get you back in the game. Maybe not as fast as fans would want for their quarterbacks. A lot of quarterback questions this week. But Precision Sports can get you back to life and back to your weekend warrior-isms.
Yeah, and if you're close to or if you have met your annual insurance deductible, your out-of-pocket costs can be significantly reduced. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics encourages you to see an orthopedic surgeon for that elective procedure to treat back pain, foot pain, hand pain, shoulder pain, and other joints. Make an appointment and start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
I'm not going to say that we were misidentifying the history that was made last night with Aaron Judge, but you guys all being excited that thank God it's over with so we don't get interrupted anymore during college football games. Brown had pointed out that we were through that window anyway. It's a regular season chase to break Maris, and he had no more regular season at-bats on a college football Saturday.
I do think it's insulting of ESPN. I mean, it just shows you the power the NFL has, though, when ESPN, the last 2 Mondays, has had to come out and say, hey, we're not interrupting Monday Night Football for it. Now, college fans will shove it right down your throat.
That's right.
Because y'all don't have the power.
Well, tell them what I told you.
But the NFL's got the power, so we're not going to do it.
We were talking about this, how everyone was reacting, that there are no more Judge cut-ins. And what did I tell you about the Judge pursuit compared to McGuire and Sosa?
You said you think a lot of fans, because they got so PO'd about ESPN forcing it down our throats during our Saturday football games, have started to blame it on Judge, and it's making Judge less popular than McGuire and Sosa.
Not blaming it on Judge, but we remember the Sosa-McGuire pursuit as one of the great summers of everybody, the cut-ins, and we're all watching it wherever we were, and we've got just the opposite feeling of this with Judge because they were interrupting college football to force it down our throats.
No.
And we're not thinking back. We're not thinking back.
They were chasing.
Judge.
They were chasing an actual record, though. That's the thing. This is a Yankees record. You can't sell me on the American League, right?
Yeah.
What other record do we talk about that? Oh, that's the American League record.
I agree with you. I mean, I think this is like the crusty old baseball purist that hates the DH. This is their record.
Yeah.
This is not our record.
It wasn't as frustrating to me. Well, part of the frustration is they were cutting into college football games, right? I tuned in to watch a college football game, and now you're forcing me to watch baseball. And you've taken my sound away from the college football game.
Right.
And any play could be the biggest play of the game in a college football game. Any play. All right? So that frustrated me. But it also frustrated me that I'm smart enough to realize that this is only happening because he's a New York Yankee. That if a Kansas City Royal were chasing 62, we would not be getting cut-ins for it. So that was the other part of the frustration, is that ESPN's doing it because they're based up in the Northeast. And for them, it's the Yankees, so it must be a big deal to everybody. I haven't watched the Yankees game all year. I don't care about the Yankees. I didn't watch Aaron Judge last night. I didn't see it until this morning. I don't care.
I got an alert on my phone. I guess I was on the golf course and got an alert on my phone that said he'd broken the record.
That's great. I mean,
I had it on one of the TVs, but again, it wasn't on main TV.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's good. I really don't care. The more interesting thing is the guy that caught the ball.
Yeah. How much is he asking? Has he said yet?
Well, so he runs, or he's part of vice president of a huge financial group that manages a $167 billion portfolio.
Well, what's he need the money?
He's
for?
married to some chick that was on The Bachelor.
And he only had outfield seats?
Corey Yeoman is the name.
That's what you want.
Did he
for
want
those
the outfield
games.
seats? Well, yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah, with that kind of money.
Those were higher priced seats last night on StubHub and such.
But this old boy's got to have some cash. I mean, you think I'm going to go fight a bunch of schlubs in the outfield if I got that kind of cash?
He made a nice grab, too. His fear now is if Judge hits another one or two tonight,
that one loses its value.
Yeah, you want this one to be the last one. I know it's still important because it was 60 seconds.
He's praying they rest Judge tonight, right?
I don't think they bat Judge tonight.
That's what I'm saying. They probably rest
he's played 55 straight games to break this record
to
without
chase
a day
record
off.
down.
Yeah.
I think you got to play him.
Why? What's on the line for them?
Well, I mean, it's just you can add on to the 60.
No. What's on the line for them as a team, though?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing.
No, you
the
don't
bracket
play
is set on both sides.
No, you don't play him at all.
I don't play him at all either.
Why would they play him?
Yeah,
I think they'll play him.
fastball inside on his hands.
Why would
breaks
you play
8 bones in his left hand?
Why would you play him if you're Aaron Boone?
Well, again, he's going for a triple crown too. It would take a lot. I think he'd have to go 4 for 4 tonight, and then the Perez kid or whoever the guy is for the Twins would have to go 0 for 4.
Yeah.
If I'm the Twins, I'm setting the Perez kid.
Oh, you can't do that.
Oh, absolutely
can.
you can. He's got the record.
Do you know what kind of person I am? I would set him in 100 years if I'm the Twins coach.
The Twins. What do the Twins have to play for?
No, nothing.
Okay, so that's different.
Yeah, but I would still set him to secure him the triple crown.
I mean
so he doesn't go
cowardly
0 for 4.
is what that is.
But there's no reason to
161 games he played his ass off to be setting that situation.
Zero reason to play Aaron Judge. Absolutely zero reason. They're crazy if they play him because Dunaway's right. You may have some September call-up in there pitching.
That's right.
And he lets one get away from him and fractures his cheekbone.
Yeah, he had a beer last night with his buddy. Let's see if he goes yard on me. I'm gonna go right at him. Fastball inside.
I think both of them play tonight.
It's stupid if the Yankees play him. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I don't know why you would play him.
You think Judge is a big deal? Watch, I'll go after him tonight.
Brown,
I'll hit him.
You know what? You don't want him to play because Central Florida SMU is going to have cut-ins tonight. They will.
They will not. You think they'll still cut in?
No, 100% they will. It's a Yankee. Yeah, it's a Yankee hitting home runs.
Bobby says they will. That I was wrong.
They
you
will.
think they will still cut in tonight with SMU?
1,000%.
Why would they not? They did it all. Him trying to hit 61.
You didn't have a problem with it a couple of weeks ago.
I did.
You did.
They were chasing the record.
That's not the record.
It's a Yankees record.
I would have done it different. It's an American League record.
Hey, turn to ESPN News if
I would
you're
have done
interested.
it differently. I would have never taken the sound down of the college game. I would have left the silent box. Would have been the Yankees' pursuit of the home run.
Why can't they just show it to us? Like,
If it
hey,
happens.
that's a first down. Let's head back to Matt Berry in the studio. Guys, during that play, Aaron Judge has made history.
That's a great point.
Does anybody care that you don't see it live? If I want to see it live, I'll go watch the game.
That's a great point.
Was anybody on the beat, the Aaron Judge beat? Remember Pedro Gomez, the late Pedro Gomez was the guy that followed around. There we go. You pour one out for Pedro.
Great guy, man. Super nice guy.
He got stuck on the Barry Bonds
for
watch.
years.
And I just don't remember. Maybe somebody did this year. It seemed like they were going to Buster a ton about it, but obviously he wasn't following Judge around.
Yeah. You know what we did on the golf course when the alert came?
Nothing.
Yeah. We grabbed another Mick Ultra out of the cooler and kept playing.
Your shot, Tommy. What time?
I kept watching Dahmer.
You texted us. We got to watch that tonight. There is zero chance I'm watching that.
What I need to do.
Guy eats people, man. I don't want to see that.
I would love to go back in time and put a bullet in his head. Like if you guys would allow me to do that.
There are several people like Hitler. You'd like to do that too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, of course. Yeah.
But Dahmer would be so easy. Hitler would be tough to get to.
Yeah, not early.
Yeah. Well, maybe not early.
Well, what about the Olympics? Jesse Owens wins the gold medal.
Yeah.
Drops to one knee to give thanks to God, pulls out of his sock a pistol and fires right into and drops right there.
Be a hell of a shot.
It would be.
You doubting Jesse Owens? Alabama native
Not his
Jesse
speed,
Owens?
his aim from there, and the pressure after running that.
Well trained. He would have been well trained.
I think that would be tough.
Hey, the Twins
coming up this week on Quantum Leap.
The it would be. That's a good Quantum Leap. Is you go back in time and kill the people that do crap stuff.
I've already got a concept for a movie I've been thinking about.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Because that's the old.
And if you notice, he does not want to discuss it right now because he does not want the idea.
That's the old. I like time travel movies.
Yeah,
and one
so
of the
a lot
first
of people do it. Now, it wouldn't be critically acclaimed, but I think
I
the
don't care about
concept
that.
would be really cool.
You're gonna make a lot of money off of it. Who cares if it's critically acclaimed?
Yeah.
It's all about the money in movies. But one of the first time travel movies I ever watched was The Final Countdown. You've seen that, right? Where the aircraft carrier gets stuck in a cyclone and goes back in time. Have you seen that?
No.
And they end up back in the 40s, and they realize that it's Pearl Harbor Day.
Oh, no.
And they have to make the decision, do we stop Pearl Harbor from happening and potentially change the entire course of World War II because America never gets in? Or do we just stand by and let it happen? And then World War II is...
Oh, that's a tough call, bro.
Tough call. You'll have to watch the movie to see what they do.
Because we don't get involved. Who knows what happens in Europe? Yeah.
Who knows?
The butterfly effect, I'm not worried about. There are certain people I would go back and put a bullet in.
Yeah. Well, for instance, Hitler, and then you may never have World War II.
Yeah. Forrester from the back row on the next Mystery Fifth Hour. If you could go back in time, who would you kill?
Oh, that's a good one. Let's all pick 4 people.
Yeah. Lunsford's right. 11/22/63. It was a fascinating watch.
Yeah.
Did I watch? I think I watched that.
Lost its luster a little bit. James Franco, Chris Cooper.
Yeah. You have to decide if you're going to stop the Kennedy assassination. Yep. Well, first of all, you got to figure out who actually was doing it. Kill Lee Harvey Oswald, and it doesn't stop it.
Part of our show today being brought to you by Greg from Pell City, the guy who can stop water from coming in through your leaky roof with a roof inspection right now. Maybe your roof's not leaking, but maybe it's about to start leaking. You want to beat that to the punch by getting that roof inspected today with Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife own the company. That means it is managed locally as a family business, and that gives you a lot of advantages. For instance, insurance companies have been working with Greg for a long, long time. They trust him. That's going to help you get a yes from your insurance company. He's got the best warranties in the business, and he's the kind of guy that can give you a straight upfront quote with no hidden prices right there. Free, no-cost inspection if you call this number, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. He'll also pressure wash your metal roof if you want him to. He does if you got storm damage, he's the guy to call to repair that. Don't use some out-of-state company or some big company. Trust a guy whose name is right there on the business. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Look him up on Facebook too. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Personal note, I don't know if any of you have ever been hacked or anything last night, but it's been on my mind for 12 hours now. I got hacked last night on Instagram. So if you get a message from me, ignore it. Don't click on any links or anything. And LT has a thought about people who hack accounts and steal your money and your identity and that kind of stuff.
Well, they should be island.
Oh. You think we put them on the island?
I think so.
I thought earlier you said bullet to the head.
Well,
Did you think about it and decide to go island?
I think island probably better for them. I mean, hackers not as violent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I still think it is so devious.
Yeah.
It's so.
So basically, we go island with no internet connection, so they can't do it.
Yeah, it's just
or
it's,
Bryant
it's,
Denny Stadium in a game where you can't get a signal.
It's a despicable act. I mean, it really is. I mean, you're not only are you stealing, which is one of the worst things in the world, but you're stealing someone's identity.
Yeah. See, I'm not worried about my Instagram pictures. I have all those backed up. I'm not really worried about Instagram. If I'm never back on it again, that'll be fine too. I love interacting with all of you.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to.
A little bit of a stretch
I'm gonna have to throw a flag on that
Yeah,
one. If you see the commercial where they throw the challenge flag, I love those commercials. Yeah, I'm gonna have to throw a flag on you.
Ooh, you know what was really sad there? Yeah. You said you love Instagram selfies.
Yeah, I think Rockstar and I are gonna have to flag that one. I think you'll be back on Instagram. Yeah, quickly.
I don't know. I just know that. The disappointment in my daughter's voice last night when I called her because it was a name of one of her friends that caused me to get hacked. I tried to help her out. Looking back,
very
it was
elaborate,
a stupid thing. But I called her and I was like, "Would you call your friend and see if she really had DM'd me and I was helping her out there?" And she's like, "Oh, Dad, you didn't. Mac's account got hacked like 2 days ago." And I was like, "Oh, baby, really?" And she goes, "Oh, are you at that age where I'm going to have to start worrying about you on the internet now?"
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
The disappointment in her voice that her dad is now old. And the same things that I used to...
This was the moment she realized.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, it was, for me, it was phone calls that tried to scam my parents back when I was in my 20s and my parents were getting older. And I would always worry about people calling because back in the old phone days when everybody had a home phone, people would call up and they'd try to get you, scam you. You've won this. All I need is your checking account number.
Well, the new thing is now, with my parents especially, is on the email to say your Amazon order is delayed. Yeah. Click here to like, well, my Amazon.
Yeah. What did I order from Amazon?
Look at Chris. My checking account got hacked Sunday. It sucked. They took all my money out.
Yeah, mine got. I had stolen identity years ago, and that's been years. But I still get random calls on a long since closed checking account. See, what happened to me was somebody stole this back when you used to carry a checkbook, and I either lost it or it was stolen. I've never really figured out which. And apparently, from what the bank told me, they go sell that checking account number on the black market or whatever. And then people try to pass that off as a legit checking account. Well, of course, I immediately closed the account. But for years, I would get random phone calls about it. Or the bank would call me and say, "Hey, somebody tried to run on that account. Just be aware." So,
96, somebody bleached a check. That was the old school way to do it. They've gotten really technical on what they can do now. But, I mean, that's amazing that somebody can get into your account and take all of your money out.
Well, one of my good friends, Tony, his whole business is cybersecurity. That's what he does. So as much as I disappointed my daughter Harper.
Yeah, just wait till Tony hears.
Wait till Tony hears.
Oh, he hasn't heard yet? I would have thought that's the first phone call you'd make.
No,
Not
I'm
Jill.
too ashamed to say it.
Not Jill.
Too ashamed to say it. I mean, I'd rather.
Hey, Tony.
I'm not going to say that, but
You'd rather what?
I'd rather disappoint Maggie in the bedroom than disappoint Tony on the internet. I mean, he is a cybersecurity guy.
Is mic on? Is his mic on?
He
One
is.
hot mic.
He's going to be like, "Are you serious, Jim?
right.
All the stuff I've taught you over the years, and you fell for that."
You know what Maggie would say? He can't disappoint me anymore, Rockstar. Don't worry about it.
I am all calloused up. I am numb.
All right.
Just go ahead and call Tony.
So if over the next 4 hours, it seems like I've had zero sleep. I had zero sleep last night, worrying about everything. So I will be in an ornery mood, Rockstar, all day long.
So Monday through Friday.
So we call that ordinary.
Yes, we call that 9 to 1.
Part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
Somebody that's less than ordinary. It is my boy Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022. He is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you could buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
What really is bad now is I've got to change all my passwords.
No, I can't even remember the ones I got.
I finally had it. Well, see, I finally had it all set up where I use the same password for everything, and now I can't use "I love Saban!" exclamation point anymore. I've got to change it.
I love Saban 2! exclamation point.
So that'll be
Throw
the problem.
Off 200.
Hit me up with what you think my new password should be. Goose says
You're doing it wrong.
I'll pick one of these. We'll do a poll later. Taylor will put a poll out.
T Swift feet 69.
Yeah, Goose thinks I should go T Swift feet 69.
That'd be better hacker.
Her feet's a little large for me, but that's a different story and a different problem of mine.
What is she, about a 10?
When we come back, landmine 20s ago with Michael. Good luck on the birth of the baby, man. I hope things go well for you today. Today or tomorrow. I don't know when it's happening. When we come back, we'll set the table for college football. We'll do our sneaky good games at 9:45. Then Tom Luginbill joins us at 10 o'clock as we get going today right here on the Next Round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
Fansville.
That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Back with you on the next round. Braves clinch the East. Aaron Judge hit 62. That gets us to college football. We'll talk a lot of that right after LT tells us about the great folks at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, Buzzed.
Yeah, look at this this app, the way it pops. Downloaded it just a couple of weeks ago. Look at that. B-U-Z-D. It does pop.
Yep.
Fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first of its kind service. Found on your app store. Again, B-U-Z-D. Use the code NEXTROUND for 15% off your first order. Imagine you're sitting at your house, you run out of beer. All you got to do is go to B-U-Z-D. Within minutes, they'll be at your house. They've got cannabis, so you can get the edibles, Delta 8 and Delta 9. They've got alcohol, any kind of alcohol you want, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed. Again, get that app, B-U-Z-D, and use code NEXTROUND.
Texas A&M coming to play Alabama this week. Jimbo Fisher asked, does he take anything from the win over Alabama last year and uses it playing forward to this year? Here's Jimbo.
On last year's experience at all, it's kind of a similar situation coming off a loss to Mississippi State, heavy underdogs to Alabama. I mean, do you look at that at all as not really blueprint, but just the experience?
No, you live off your experiences. But at the time, we went out the next week and had tremendous practices and prepared well and went and played well. I mean, those are the things that I keep going back to right now. I mean, you got to go prepare well and practice well to have an opportunity to go play a team like Alabama, to be able to play, to have a chance to play well against them, and you have to practice well. So, I mean, we've done that before, but hopefully we'll do it again this week. And I think the kids and the want to of our players and everything else is there. Great attitude. We just have to go practice well.
Yeah. Now here. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it was the planets aligning. I mean, we've discussed it a lot, especially with Calzada going to Auburn, as to how he had the best game. Not only the best game of his career, but it's such an outlier on everything else he's done. If you look at his career starts, that one just jumps out at you.
Yes.
And even that, though, Alabama still wins that game if they just play it halfway clean. Alabama was a complete mess in that game. Just a complete mess, and Calzada had the game of his life. I mean, as much as any loss of the Saban era, that one felt like planets aligning more perfectly than really any loss of the Saban era.
I bring that up because yesterday on Feinbaum, Reese Davis called this the last grasp for the season for Jimbo Fisher, that the potential of this season tail spinning out of control, and Reese didn't say out of control to the point where he would be fired, but he called this a last grasp game for Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher. And I'm wondering, are we starting to put this into that kind of category for Jimbo Fisher, and not just this season, but maybe his time in College Station? I mean, are we starting to get to the point that if he gets run this weekend, that now the pressure starts to really cook on him by people who would be willing to write a massive check?
Well, look, we've heard about the collective and what kind of money they've raised for their collective. So yeah, I don't think the massive check would be that big of a deal. If I would have told you guys back in August, better chance of getting fired the first weekend of October, Paul Chryst or Jimbo Fisher.
Neither one.
I would have gone Jimbo, though.
I would have gone Jimbo.
Even with that big number.
Yeah. And now, and I see what Reese is saying, because again, if he loses this game, they're going to be 3-3, and there's no possibility of obviously winning the SEC, but there's no possibility of a 10-win season. And again, in 5 years, he's yet to win 10 games. How many programs in college football do you think have won 10 games over the last 5 years?
There's 131 teams. I would
40.
say, I think it'd be more than that. Do you know the answer?
I don't. I mean, I'd like to go back and look at it, but I would think it's probably a third of college football.
You think a third? I was going to say even a half, maybe. I mean, 10 wins is a fairly low bar.
When you count the potential of 13 games, 12 in the regular season,
bowl
and a bowl game
and all that. I mean, it's a lower bar than it ever has been, obviously.
He did get 10 wins with that bowl win in the pandemic year because they were 9-1, right?
No, I think they lost a game, so they were only 9-1.
That's right.
If I'm an A&M fan, because to Reese's point there, if we go to Tuscaloosa and we just get our teeth kicked in, which if I'm an A&M fan, that's probably what I expect here. I got to look at this and say, we wasted the 1 year we could beat Alabama, completely wasted it because we screwed around before the game, right? And we lost to Arkansas and State. So we completely wasted the 1 year we could actually beat Alabama, that the planets aligned perfectly for us. And every other year we're not even in the game. And if I'm an A&M fan, that frustrates me to no end, that I still see the gap between me and Alabama. It took an incredible performance for me to actually beat them at the Horn, and I did nothing with that. And I'm not even really closing the gap other than that one game.
Well, I'm frustrated if I'm an A&M fan that Mississippi State, Arkansas, Tennessee, LSU, all of those teams are ranked.
Yeah. And
Ole Miss.
And Lance, where did I start? It's not like I started out of the rankings and can't get in. I started in the top 10.
Well, and also Lane Kiffin took over after Jimbo Fisher took over, and Lane Kiffin's got Ole Miss in the top 10 right now.
Yeah.
Again, after winning 10 games.
Like, which program feels closer to Atlanta to you, Ole Miss or Texas A&M?
Ole Miss.
Ole Miss.
Isn't that crazy? And they've never even been. Well, not that A&M's been, but Ole Miss has never been. But they feel closer to Atlanta to me as a program.
Well, I mean, one moment in time, as we sit here going into Week 6, Mississippi State feels closer because they still have a chance.
Yeah, but I don't think overall.
Yeah, your point, Ole Miss was there last year. I mean, they were battling last year to be in the mix for Atlanta, or they did play in a New Year's Day Bowl.
And I got more confidence in Lane Kiffin one day beating Saban than Fisher doing it again.
What is our Martian bet?
That Jimbo Fisher wins another national championship before humans land on Mars.
Yeah. Now, is it a national championship with A&M?
I thought it was just go to Atlanta. Is it?
No, that's our 2027 bet.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's 2027. He's got to get to Atlanta.
I get the rest of Jimbo Fisher's life are humans on Mars.
Are we, Rockstar, even trying right now? Maybe that's a Lunsford question. Are we even trying to get people on Mars at this point?
I think we're well away. I think so, but I think we're pretty far off from it.
I mean,
we
who's
got
closer?
Matt Damon up there.
I mean, who's closer?
We lost him up there, too.
Yeah.
Who's closer, humans to Mars or Jimbo Fisher to a national championship?
I mean, Taylor, that's a good poll question there. Cowan Equipment poll question. Who is closer, humans landing on Mars or Jimbo Fisher winning another national championship? Jimbo's at least playing the games. I don't know. I mean, Rockstar says we're trying. I'm not sure we're trying anymore. I don't know that we still have that as a goal.
I think we do.
Do we?
Yeah.
Now, is it Elon Musk that's got it as a goal, or is it NASA?
But both. Elon's gonna. If you need to put him in the headlines. Also think about this: if he's having a good season, if it takes, I think it's like 6 or 7 months to get there
to Mars.
Yeah. No, more than that. Like almost like just to get there. And if he wins the national championship before they set foot, is that gonna be a bad day?
Yeah, look, man.
If it's the same year, you're gonna.
I think New Orleans
compromise?
is all. I can't imagine going to Mars.
I mean, I hate I
hate going to Fayetteville.
I know I-16 between Macon and Savannah is maybe the worst stretch of interstate ever. Can you imagine between the moon and Mars how boring that is?
It'd be about 7 months. It's about 300 million miles.
So it takes you a few days to get to the moon. So basically 7 months between the moon and Mars.
You start drinking beer on that road trip once you open the seal.
Ooh.
Rusty says, you're asking, are we even trying to go to Mars? Rusty says, is Jimbo even trying to?
I don't know. I don't know which one's
trying to win a
less.
national championship.
I have no idea.
Or is he just on his ranches? On both of them.
I mean, but that is a haul, 7 months, and it is nothing but space. Like Mars starts as this little dot and it gets a little bit bigger, but that's all that's around you is stars.
What would the kids be saying the whole way?
Oh,
are we there yet?
Could you imagine?
Are we there yet?
5 more months, kids.
Can we pull over and get some ice cream, Dad?
And what if an astronaut dies?
Dippin' Dots. We got to pull over and get some Dippin' Dots.
I think you've got to have 3 because, in a pilot situation, you have 2 in case one has a heart attack.
But if one dies, do you just jettison him into space and give his life to space?
Wrap his body like a mummy and
I think you have to.
shoot him out.
No, I think Lance is right. I think you just got to leave him in space.
But you got to admit, that's a pretty cool burial.
No, it's a fantastic burial. And if I'm his family, I'm like, that's where he always wanted to be.
Got one of the most interesting world burials coming up on Trash on the Table.
Would you
full circle?
Yeah. Would you freak out if you jettisoned him out and right when you see him floating away?
Oh, guys! Why'd y'all shoot me up? Pull me back in.
You're a heavy sleeper.
But dadgummit, Earl is out there.
Don't you explode though out there?
That's like if you have your stuff on, I think you're okay. But then eventually, it's everything's gonna be sucked in.
That's what the rest of the astronauts are like. Act like we're gonna bring it back in.
I mean, yeah, you'd have to cut the or close the shutters pretty quick because it'd be like a hot pocket that you put in for 3 minutes in a microwave.
Don't make eye contact.
That's uncomfortable.
It could happen. My class ring. God.
I will tell you, I'll never be on that.
Mental
note. You
note.
could even tell me, hey, look, the planet's about to burn up.
I'll burn up.
Jump on this ship and go to Mars.
Negative.
Mental note: if the Floribama ever launches a space station, I don't want to be up there with Lance. I'm not sure he'll go through the protocols. Is Jim really dead or not? I don't know. Let's just send him out there. We'll see.
Well, hey, we're having a conversation right now.
Hey, but on the Mars deal, do you have to match up 2 male and 2 female just in case Earth ends while they're in Mars? We can extend humanity.
So like the Ark?
Well, yeah, kind of like the Ark, but you got to have some reproduction of capabilities there.
Can we take 2 Vizslas too?
2 Vizslas, just so
you're going to need Vizslas.
We've got the elite dog still left.
Now he's thinking about going. Well, I might go.
There's Vizsla.
I've never seen a picture of the Vizsla getting on the Ark. What happened there?
Well, I'm sure it was there. You think Noah screwed that one up?
Or one of the great grandfathers was a Vizsla.
Yeah. I guess you could.
Part of the show being brought to you today.
I love how he's seen pictures of the Ark. I've seen every animal except the Vizsla.
Well, you saw the movie with Russell Crowe, didn't you?
Great.
Was there a Vizsla in that?
His wife was very pretty, Jennifer Connelly.
I don't know if they can design a backyard playground like the Ark, but they can design just about anything to make it look perfect in your backyard. It's our friends at Backyard Adventure. Put this website down to memory, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. They're starting right now to take sign-ups for Christmas week. So if you want to get that Christmas week set up, you can get that happening right now. That includes the Birmingham area, Huntsville, Atlanta. Wherever you're watching or listening to us, go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, and you'll have a link for your neighborhood right there off of backyardalabama.com. A great service for you folks in Huntsville and Atlanta as well. Great customer service from start to finish. They set it up. When your kids get older, they'll take it down for you. They customize it for you with a 3D designer, maintenance programs, landscaping, and a lot more. And they've got also wonderful alley-oop trampolines and goal-setter basketball goals to go with the Backyard Adventure Playground. BackyardAlabama.com, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. Charlie over in the chat room says you guys are wrong about it being a Yankees or American League record. It is more about the steroid era that most people do not recognize the other home run records as real records, that this is a pure record of him passing Maris.
Didn't realize that Kornheiser and Wilbon are still doing, pardon my take, pardon the interruption.
Oh, PTI. It's one of the highest rated shows on ESPN.
PTI. Yeah, but they were both saying that this is the record for them.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I don't really care.
Yeah,
but
I mean, look, to each their own. But
I mean, would they say that if Bonds was in the room? I mean, if Bonds was on doing an interview with them, would they, to their face, would they say, "We don't recognize your 73"?
You know what? I didn't realize that Sammy Sosa broke the record 3 times himself. Did you know that?
Well, but wasn't that the same year?
No, it was.
I think it was the same year, right? Like he broke it, and then McGuire passed him, and then he passed McGuire again. Then McGuire passed him. Then
Only
he passed
Bonds with 73, Mark McGuire with 70 and 65, and Sammy Sosa with 66, 64, and 63.
That's the same year, though.
No, they're not.
Lance, I think they are.
No,
I think they are.
What year are they then?
Well, I mean, why would you go McGuire 70 and 65?
Because it was a stupid bracket. We talked about a graphic. We talked about it earlier on the air that there was just 1 year. That
he broke it. So McGuire broke it, then Sosa passed him. Then McGuire passed Sosa, then Sosa passed McGuire. So they they kept breaking it. See, in that same year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read that wrong.
No, you read it the way it's being presented. It's just very confusing. ESPN had a graphic up on SportsCenter, and it's really confusing the way they present it.
It was a dumb graphic.
Yeah. I mean, you should just say, all right, at the end of the year, so-and-so had it, so they're the one who broke it.
Charlie says 3 different years. Lance is correct.
I think that's right. I'll look. Jeez. Yeah. I've talked way
baseball
more.
Stats.
I want to talk.
Baseball stats. All right, back to football when we come back with our sneaky good game. Tom Luginbill talking about the games on the field this weekend. Lugs is headed to Miami for his game this weekend. Miami's been off the national stage for a couple of weeks. Can they get back moving in the right direction after losing to Texas A&M? You'll hear later on from Shane Beamer of South Carolina, who had a really interesting note about recruiting. And how's a good time to know when you're not going to get a recruit you thought you were going to get. That from Shane Beamer later on. The show being brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust. No matter what's happening outside, sometimes you just need to be dusted up on the inside where the nut meter, what's it called?
This is sack meter.
Sack meter. Beep, 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 beep. The sack meter is usually hovering around 7.
This is going to shock people. Dunaway's playing golf again, and hopefully you will bust out the Nut Dust.
Already on.
It's great for game time, just anything, going for a walk. Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. It's a great product. Nut Dust is talc-free, all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day. Our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code TNR, 15% off. Again, officialnutdust.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Rockstar, if you will, give me cut number 11, Shane Beamer. He was recruiting Kentucky player Dane Key to come to South Carolina. Thought he was going to get Dane Key to come to South Carolina. But you know how you don't know when you find out you're not going to get a kid? Shane Beamer explains how he knew when Dane Key wasn't going to come to South Carolina.
Dane Key, we tried to recruit here last year and felt like we had a good opportunity until I got word that when Florida beat Kentucky, or when Kentucky beat Florida last year, that Dane's mom was at the game and leaped over the wall and like broke her foot or something storming the field after Kentucky beat Florida. So I felt like we had a pretty good chance. But note to self, like when the recruit's mom injures a foot storming the field, you're probably not going to get that guy at your school. That's the story I was told. So if that's not true, I'm sorry, Miss Key.
That's pretty funny.
Didn't quite bust her foot. She busted something else. She tweeted confirming the story that right here, took one for the team, busted my ass to get him to Kentucky football. Literally, she says right there. She wanted him to go to Kentucky.
How many moms storm the field?
I mean, that is quite unique. I mean, the fact that you're that hardcore of a Kentucky football fan.
Can you see the meeting though? I mean, Shane Beamer seems like he's got one of those coaches that has his glasses down like this. All right, Coach, Dane Key. Not sure we're going to get him. And then Beamer's like, "What do you mean? We're good with Dane right now." And he's like, "Well, according to reports, Dane's mom jumped the fence and was storming the field at Kentucky and busted her ass."
I think we're done there, yes.
Yeah, okay, we can stop recruiting him. Don't send a jet to Lexington.
The only time I've ever been at Kroger Field, they stormed the field, tore down the goalpost, and walked them up out of the stadium. Like that was before the collapsible goalpost.
That was Couch here, right?
Yeah, Couch beating Alabama. Me and some buddies went up for that game. Fun atmosphere that night. But
it's a great town. I lived there for a couple of years.
Yeah, DeBoe's era, Alabama lost the game, and they tore the goalpost down. Yeah, It was a wild night.
Yeah, that's when you know you're not getting that recruit. Bromberg's, though, will help you get the recruit of your life, though, with the right diamond when you pop the question.
Look at that segue. Yeah. They are your diamond specialist. Again, since 1836, family-owned and operated. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the Registry of Brides and Grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Hey, remember we got football tonight. SMU UCF rescheduled because of the hurricane this past week. They will play tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. ESPN2 for SMU and UCF tonight. I think the Yankees game is a day game today.
It is. It is a 3:05 first page, so we shouldn't have cut-ins during that.
So no cut-ins.
Unless it goes late.
Yeah, so, and I think it's in a domed stadium, the Global Life one down in Arlington, so they can cover that thing up, so no rain delay or anything. So SMU UCF tonight, 6 o'clock ESPN2. Fun game to watch for me because of Rhett Lashley and Gus Malzahn, and I think I'll be cheering for SMU tonight.
We'll see. I'm gonna lock this. I think this number right now is UCF 2.5. They're 3-1. Their lone loss to Louisville. SMU 2 really tight losses to pretty good teams in Maryland and a 1-possession loss to TCU. We know the relationship obviously goes further back than the Auburn days. Lashley was Gus Malzahn's quarterback in high school.
That's right. So a little family ties tonight, and that gets us to that'll be a good game tonight. But sneaky good games for the weekend is brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's Rockstar Hit It, man. Nope, don't have it. Don't worry about it. Baumhauer's bringing you the sneaky good game.
And Baumhauer's celebrating 40 years. Bob Baumhauer delivered Alabama's first ever taste of wings way back in 1981 at Wings and Things in Tuscaloosa right there on the Strip. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Make sure you stop into one of those great locations, and don't forget to go to nextroundlive.com and your opportunity to win lunch for you and 5 friends, and also the opportunity someone will get Iron Bowl tickets this year. More information at nextroundlive.com.
Brownie, start us off. Give us a sneaky good game, man.
Well, you're going to stream this one on ESPN Plus, 5 o'clock. It features the top 2 scoring offenses in Conference USA and the top 2 passing offenses in Conference USA. Right now, Western Kentucky, that's their mascot. What's he called? Blooper or something like that? Some crap like that. I don't know. He's like an amorphous something.
He's a rag, isn't he?
Looks like Grimace.
It does.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's a red Grimace.
It's a red Grimace, yeah. They're scoring 43 points a game. Leads Conference USA second in passing yards, 352. They are at UTSA. The Roadrunners scoring 38 points a game. That's second in Conference USA, averaging 365 a game through the air. They are favored by 6.5, a total of 72.5. A lot of points at 5 o'clock on ESPN Plus.
Oh, fun game there. Sneaky good game, LT. What do you have for us?
My worst drawing yet. Can you guys even guess what it is?
It's a pistol.
It's a gun, but I don't think it'll kill me.
I don't think it's going to work well.
It's a big soaker.
This is a Big 12 game. Texas Tech, Oklahoma State. We're just pulling the guns out here. This number's 9.5. Texas Tech, a team obviously that beat Texas earlier this year. Oklahoma State coming off a tight, emotional win over Baylor. They're undefeated. I think this one comes to the wire. This was almost my upset alert. And this total, speaking a lot of points, 69.5. So we could see a shootout, literally, with better guns.
Opposite of a shootout, my sneaky good game this week, brought to you by Baumhauer's. 6:30 Big Ten Network, Iowa and Illinois. As we play Pictionary here, who can tell me what is happening here, Brown?
Well, it's 3 yards and a cloud of smoke, Jim.
Cloud of dust, Brownie.
You're
exactly right. 3 yards.
Pillow fight.
And a cloud of dust right there. Iowa and Illinois, where Illinois and Brett Bielema is going to play football like Wisconsin used to play. Iowa doesn't play offense. They only play defense. So it'll be a low-scoring affair. 6:30 Big Ten Network. Sneaky good game if you like defense, though. And a big game for Brett Bielema to see if he can keep things going with the Illini now. What a job he's doing there. That's our sneaky good games brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Again, celebrating 40 years in the state of Alabama. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants. Right now, the recession concession menu, which includes a complimentary beverage. You can get a classic tailgate burger, only $7.99. The Bam Bam Chicken, only $9.99. Go easy on your wallet with Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Get in, celebrate today. One of those 40 great locations across the state, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
And to clean up some dead wood, LT and ESPN was correct. I don't remember it this way, but Sammy Sosa did hit over 61 3 different times.
But he didn't break the record. That was the point I was making. He only broke the record one time. The way ESPN presented it and the way Lance read it was that 3 times he broke the record. Wasn't that your understanding of it, Lance?
No, my understanding was that this is the 7th most home runs in a season.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Well, the way ESPN was presenting it made it look like Sosa had broken the record 3 different times.
When he had passed 61 3 different times.
Yes, but that didn't matter because the first time he did it was the highest he ever hit, which was 66.
Yeah, but I will go ahead and tell you, I don't remember him hitting that many home runs in a season 3 different times. I just remember one year, but it happened 3 different times. And as several of you said in the chat room, steroids or not, that was impressive as heck for Sosa to do that.
And again,
and he's nowhere close to the Hall of Fame.
And I brought this up to Buster. It wasn't just, guys at the plate that were doing steroids. There were a lot of pitchers on steroids. That's why I just throw the whole thing out. I just figure everybody was on steroids.
So, and McGuire, from your stat, McGuire went past 61 twice. Is that right?
Yeah. He hit 71 year and 65 one year.
Wow. Don't remember the other years.
And then
just remember the 1 year.
Bonds did it. How many times did Bonds do it? Bonds did it just once, 73.
Just the one time that is the record now. Crazy thing for Aaron Judge getting to 61 last night. We'll talk to Tom Luginbill coming up. Don't forget, Bud Light Game Night is tomorrow night in Tuscaloosa. We'll be over at Innisfree, Tuscaloosa, tomorrow night. Looking forward to that. Our friends at Bud Light and all of us there. 5 to 7. Come hang out. Discounted Bud Light products there. Plus, we'll have prizes if you're on site there. Come hang out with us 5 to 7. It's Bud Light Game Night, Innisfree, Tuscaloosa. Back with Luginbill next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our Cowan Equipment poll question for this hour is out. Who is closer at this point in time? Humans landing on Mars or Jimbo Fisher winning another national championship? You can go vote at Next Round Live, some quick responses rolling in. Mark says Jimbo will walk on Mars himself before he wins another national championship. Jeremy says Jimbo Fisher himself has a better chance of landing on Mars than winning another national championship. You can go vote right now at Next Round Live.
All right, Tom Luginbill joins us now. He'll have North Carolina and Miami, and he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by ATIX, 822-7382, AAATix.com. Your entry into Bama, Texas A&M this weekend. Get your tickets with ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. What's up, Lugs?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I think you heard there a lot of Jimbo Fisher discussion coming up. I mean,
yikes.
Well, yeah, it was a little bit. Our jumping off point was your colleague Reese Davis basically yesterday saying that this is the last grasp of saving this season for Jimbo Fisher. I mean, it has been a disappointing season already. If you lose to Alabama, like many experts think you'll lose, it only furthers that disappointment.
Well, it absolutely does. And when you look at the quarterback play right now for Texas A&M, and more importantly, you look at them up front in the offensive line, particularly last week on the road at Mississippi State. How are they going to block Alabama? I mean, I think that is as big a concern as anything else is how are they going to hold up front, particularly if they can't stay ahead of the chains on early downs. That would be very, very concerning for me. And, could we be seeing a freshman quarterback in Connor Wigman come into play here for Texas A&M? They've got to get something going. I was asked the question the other day. I've been asked it repeatedly about, this 2022 recruiting class for Texas A&M. And, why aren't we seeing more out of those guys? If you thought that all of these guys out of the 2022 recruiting class were going to come in and just transform the roster as a bunch of 18-year-olds all playing at the same time and displace other people's starting jobs, you're out of your mind. That's not how it works. All right, you've got LT Overton, you've got Shamar Stewart, you basically got Evan Stewart. Those are the three kind of main contributors right now as true freshmen. So thinking that this recruiting class, it was so hyped during the offseason, was going to be the reason that all of a sudden Texas A&M was going to take the next step, that's a conversation you have in 2 to 3 years, not the first year. And so I think it's been a bit overblown what the contribution of that class is going to be. A&M is what they are right now. Regardless of that recruiting class, they're just deficient in many areas. They're not very good up front on the offensive line, as I mentioned, and the quarterback position has not been productive.
If we go back to August and you ask 9 out of 10, or you ask 10 people, 9 out of 10 would have said Texas A&M second best team in the SEC West. If I asked you that question right now, who is the second best team in the SEC West, do you feel good about an answer?
I feel fairly confident that it's a fair answer to say it's Ole Miss to this point. then I think there's a discussion between LSU and Mississippi State. I think it's really strong top to bottom. Mississippi State's better than people think they are, man. I'm just telling you. I think they've got a chance to be very, very disruptive. Ole Miss proved an awful lot the other day against Kentucky. I thought that was important, but I would say that Ole Miss has probably earned that. And Lane has done, and his staff have done such a remarkable job managing the transfer portal and getting the right pieces and not have any of those pieces really miss. You haven't had any significant misses. And it's made a huge difference in their football team, particularly on defense.
Before I ask you my next college football question, you're in Miami, Coral Gables this week for the Miami game. When you travel like this, will your feet touch sand? Do you get a brief moment to go out and touch the sand before you come home?
No, probably not, because we generally don't stay anywhere near the coast, right? And then our Fridays are littered with coaches meetings and production meetings, and sometimes a practice if the team practices in the mornings that don't have an awful lot of time for that. Generally, a really good meal on a Thursday and Friday night, broadcast the game. God willing, you can get home on a Saturday night as opposed to a Sunday. This will be my first weekend that I'll actually get home on Saturday night. It'll be 11:30 at night, but I'll actually be home and not have to broadcast my radio show on Sundays from the road. So I don't see any sand seeping between my toes. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter when you're a college football broadcaster, whether your game's in Starkville, Manhattan, or Miami. It's basically the same trip.
It is. Now, I will say this. When it starts to get around November, December, and maybe we have a game in Salt Lake City, maybe you have a game at BYU or you have a game in Boulder or something like that, maybe you go in an extra day and sneak away and hit the slopes a little bit. I try to do that every now and then.
Yeah, so mountains more important than ocean for Luginbill there if you're scoring at home. I wanted to ask you about Georgia. Because I'm driving to the golf course Sunday morning. I've got my coffee, and I'm always listening to you and Barrett, and I'm going down there. I'm real calm. I'd had too much bourbon the night before. I started drinking when Bryce got hurt in the Alabama game and didn't stop. That was a day game, so I drank too much bourbon.
Oh, boy.
So I'd had a runny egg sandwich and bacon on toast as a breakfast, and I'm sipping my coffee, going to the golf course. And here's Luginbill on my radio telling me that, Barrett, you can't really consider Georgia a top 3 team anymore. Did I hear right? Did you say that as I was riding down the road?
I did. You can consider them a top 2 overall roster, but off of performance, they're not playing that way right now. I don't think that they've learned, and I said this on that show, so I know I'm repeating myself here. They have not dealt as well with success as they need to, right? I mean, it's so easy to come off of that Auburn-Missouri game. You have your kids sitting in the meeting rooms, and you're watching the film, and it's human nature for 18 to 22-year-olds to look at Missouri and not respect them. So what happens when you do that? All of a sudden, you don't prepare the same. You don't focus the same. And now maybe your practice habits have waned a little bit, and you go into the matchup and you're not as prepared as you should be. That happens. I think that's I've said this to you guys before, I think that's Nick Saban's greatest trait, is getting kids to play to a standard when everybody's telling them how good they are. And I think this was a great teaching moment, and they avoided a loss in doing it, but they gave up 22 to Kent State, so they did the same thing with Kent State. Then you have the Missouri game on the road. Missouri is not a very good football team. We know that. And Georgia did not play to their own standard. This is the opportunity for Kirby Smart to say, guys, we're up here. Everybody else has to come up to us, come up to our level. We don't play down here. And I think that's a little bit of what they're going through right now. And sometimes it's a good thing for you because it gets you refocused. It's just like we said after the Alabama-Texas game. Every time that happens to Alabama, what happens thereafter? It's a boat race of scorched earth because it kind of presses the reset button. That's what Georgia needs to do.
And they get Auburn this week. So that's bad news for Auburn fans. ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us. If you're headed over to Athens for that game or Tuscaloosa for Bama A&M, your ticket source is AATix, AAATix.com, 822-7382. Is their number here in Birmingham, AAATix.com or 822-7382. Luginbill on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Red River this weekend. Looks like maybe Quinn Ewers is coming back, which would be exciting for everybody that is not in Crimson and Cream because that defense remarkably under Brent Venables, is a complete mess, Luginbill.
Funny what happens when you don't have Clemson's players.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
And isn't that interesting how that seems to happen? Listen, I think in my poor broadcast partner, a proud Sooner, Dusty Dvorak, I had to order him some Prozac stat on Saturday afternoon before we broadcasted our game with Florida State and Wake, because he can't believe what he's seeing, and neither can I. It's one thing to go out and make some errors, not play well, this and that, and you're good enough. You're probably better roster-wise than the other team. You either come out with a way to win it, or you get upset. But you don't get absolutely blown out of the stadium, and this is really, really concerning. And to be honest with you, offensively, I don't think Dylan Gabriel's a difference maker, but he's competent and efficient. They don't have him. They're either going to a true freshman in Nick Evers or Davis Bevel, who was the backup at Pitt. And that could get worse before it gets better. But the defensive woes are what concerns me more than anything else. And again, I think it's a lot more about players than it is about coaching. But they look on defense right now the way North Carolina looked the first 4 weeks of the season. Now, Carolina cleaned it up this last week against Virginia Tech, but that's exactly what Oklahoma looks like.
Rockstar very disappointed. He's pulling for them to play General Booty. That is who he wants Oklahoma to play. Rockstar Luginbill did not include him in the rundown there.
I want specific booty. I don't need general booty.
General booty is good for some folks.
I need a very specific booty.
That's a good
So, Luginbill, I don't think we've ever seen College Game Day on campus, and it goes straight to a FS1 game, but that's what we've got this week with TCU and Kansas. Both have been impressive. I watched Kansas this past week. They won with defense instead of their offense. TCU is just so explosive under Sonny Dykes. How legitimate are these two teams?
They're both better than people think they are. And the quarterback at TCU, who was a problem the last year and a half, seems to have kind of come into his own. But the quarterback at Kansas is a dude. If you haven't seen Jalen Daniels yet, you got to watch this kid. He is an absolute nightmare to contend with. And their biggest thing right now, guys, they have confidence. I mean, how far does confidence take you? I mean, it's not like that roster was completely overhauled last season. They're playing with a lot of the same players that they were playing with a year ago. But this is what Lance Leipold does. He's done it everywhere he's been. He's done it with no resources. He's done it with a little bit of resource. He's now doing it with a few more resources, but still not enough. And he's a program transformer. And I think that this will be, because both teams are so confident, and I think Iowa State's been reeling a little bit, this will come down to a game where it's not about the specific plays that are made. It'll be about the mistakes that are avoided. I really believe that. You got to go into this game and you got to limit the errors, because both teams are playing pretty error-free right now.
This is an off-the-wall question. I know you haven't had time to think about it, but Kansas never gets brought up in any big expansion talk between the SEC and the Big Ten, and it's such a great basketball product. Is this a good time for them to have an unbelievable football season, maybe to spark interest from a Big Ten or an SEC?
Without question. And I don't know if you guys are aware, I'm going to ask you this question. Who brings in more total annual revenue in athletics per year in the Big 12, Kansas or Oklahoma State?
Since you asked, I'm going to say Kansas.
Yeah, I'm going to say Kansas because you asked.
Yeah, I would have said Oklahoma State if I was playing the game honest.
No doubt.
Absolutely. And so, yes, to answer your question, so attractive on the basketball side, you start fielding a competitive program on the football side, that changes things big time. So, yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. The timing's great. I thought you were going to ask me about my 1991 Freedom Bowl San Diego State Bowl shirt.
Wow.
I mean, have you ever seen one of these? Look at that.
I have not. Is that vintage? I mean,
that is vintage. That's original.
No, that's original. You got that at the actual game.
Yeah, I was a teenager. I got that. Actually from the Quit Man.
How many yards did Marshall Faulk have?
Yeah, I can't remember, but they played Tulsa and lost to Tulsa.
They did, yeah. The Tulsa coach was Dave Rader. You remember the former Alabama offensive coordinator? Yeah.
And T.J. Rubley was the quarterback.
I knew it was authentic.
Former Ram, by the way.
Former Ram.
I knew it was authentic because I could actually see chest hair through it. That's a thin material there left on.
There you go, hitting on me again, Jim.
Hey, Tennessee LSU. That was the game I was hoping you were going to be assigned to.
So I would have liked that.
Yeah. Is there a chance Tennessee could lose this game outright? Forget 2.5 point spread, any of that stuff. Can Brian Kelly and LSU beat what is one of the better building stories right now in Knoxville, a week ahead of Alabama going up there?
I think anytime you're playing on the road at night in Baton Rouge, you're in danger of losing. Anytime you're playing in that environment, it's so difficult. It's so daunting. Brian Kelly seems to have this team heading in the right direction, cleaning some things up. I kind of liked the way they had to win the game last week. You know, his first foray into Jordan-Hare Stadium, very difficult place to play. I look at this game and I'm going to be very curious to see how Tennessee handles LSU's front seven. This will be the best front seven that they've played so far this year. And they're so disruptive. And Tennessee's emphasis is on plays. We got to have plays, 80 plays, 85 plays, 90 plays. But if you get off schedule and all of a sudden you're not dictating terms of the defense because you're struggling to get ahead of the chains on first and second down, now all of a sudden things slow down, right? You can't go as fast because you're not in rhythm. And generally what happens is teams that can overwhelm you up front are the teams that slow down offenses like this. We've seen it in the college football playoff. We saw it in the BCS. We've seen it versus spread teams playing a team that has an Alabama front or a Clemson front. And, man, it's tough to be who you are. So if Tennessee handles that, Tennessee will likely win the game. If they don't, I wouldn't be surprised one bit if LSU wins this game.
All right, you could see Luginbill on that North Carolina-Miami game, and he gets home. So that is a win for Luginbill. We're all very happy with that.
That's exactly right.
He does not get to see
you guys
the
watching
beach.
Dahmer? Are you watching Dahmer?
I just finished it.
Yeah.
How good, right?
Yeah, I told these guys, though, and, I like dark stuff, but, man, it was tough to push through some of those. And, a buddy warned me that
really dark.
The episode 6 where he befriends that one guy, I mean, that is – boy, it is some tough stuff, man. And I told these guys earlier, if I could go back in time, I'd love to put a bullet in that guy's head in 79. I really would.
Ain't no doubt, man. It's good, though, man. They did a really
is good.
job.
That guy plays Dahmer way too well.
Oh, so we need to watch this guy, you think?
No.
Oh, dude, the only area they missed is they should have given him blue contact lenses because he looks just like Dahmer. He talks like Dahmer, but Dahmer had blue eyes.
Yeah.
They didn't give him contact lenses. That's the one thing that would have really put it over the top.
Serious question. Who washed their hair more, Dahmer or Aaron Rodgers?
Ooh, that's a really, really good question. I know who killed more people. As far as we know.
As far as we know. But it's worth the watch if you can stomach something like that 100%.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, guys, before you go, I texted Ryan earlier in the week. I saw Joel Klatt's deal. You guys were talking about the AC joint on his shoulder.
Oh, no.
That was pretty gross. So I've got a popped bicep.
Oh, my, Luke's.
No.
Never got it fixed, huh?
It literally, no. So that snapped from there, and then it rolled down on top of my bicep, and it just sits there like a little ball. So
It's like
it looks like I have a dent right there, like boink.
It looks like a little bit of excess toothpaste in the bottle.
You
need to squeeze it up.
And now my right thumb only goes that high, so I can't hitchhike.
Wow.
You know what we've learned this week? This is not the show you want to watch if you want to promote playing football at a young age.
That's right.
Our analysts are coming on showing the wounds.
Assume the risk, boys. You assume the risk.
Which one of those injuries tickled more? Which one of those injuries tickled more?
Not the thumb on the helmet. Probably this one. This one was just a pop and a snap and like a euphoria kind of just like went through me. I was like, oh, it actually kind of felt good. And then it was painful for a long period of time, but I just never got it fixed.
All right, that's ESPN's Tom Luginbill. He'll carry his weirdly formed biceps to North Carolina at Miami, 3 o'clock ESPN, too.
I'm now scared of what Buster Olney is going to show us at the top of the hour. What injury does Buster have?
He probably has a hangnail.
Luke's, thank you. Safe travels. We'll see you next week.
All right, guys, take care.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill and the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by ATIX, AAATix.com. That is the number to call for tickets to Bama, Texas A&M. If you want to hit the road with Auburn and Athens, you can go see those games courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382.
Zach says, I love the new segment, Show Me Your Scars.
I mean, who else we have on? I'm trying to run through the...
Fuhrman. I guarantee you Buster's got one from the farm.
It's a pitchfork accident.
Yes. Wow.
Don't want to say that one, Buster.
All of a sudden, it's becoming like Dr. Pimple Popper. Where people are tuning in just to see the...
I bet our man Tyler Watts Friday will have one.
All right. Part of the show as well being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store, pantstore.com, pantstore.com, the website there. You can order anywhere in America. Follow them on social media to see their newest releases, Pants Store, the Pants Store, on all their social media platforms. You can find locations in person in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, your polos from Antigua, Taylor & Mick, Johnny O, Gentile, and all the winter wear as well. Specifically designed sportswear for the female in your life. Women's clothing as well. Great game day gear right there at the Pants Store. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, Auburn, or online anywhere in America. Pantstore.com. Pantstore.com. Hal says if we get Alex Smith on the show, he'll beat them all.
That flip-flop commercial is disturbing.
Almost lost his leg, man.
Yeah, so
it's a tough one.
It is a tough one there. All right, more college football when we come up. And one note as we go to break here, Kenny Pickett has now been promoted to the starter officially for the Pittsburgh Steelers going into the weekend.
May as well. They're 1-3.
The time is now for Kenny Pickett to show what he has.
First start at Buffalo, by the way. Woo.
3 interceptions, and now he's playing the Bills.
Okay.
Just the opposite of what Brown said about the interim coach at Auburn to do it going to Georgia. You wouldn't want to do that 20-year-old. Let's throw our freshman, our rookie in, playing Buffalo.
Yeah, and they asked Mike Tomlin about that, and Tomlin said, look, it's tough atmosphere. It's a great team. But, you know, this is what this guy's practiced for, and this is what we've prepared him for, and we think he can, you know, do everything that we ask of him. And going back, and I watched a lot of that Jets-Steelers game, you know, the final interception was a Hail Mary.
It's a Hail Mary, and the other one was tipped over the middle.
Yeah, there was
one
of
his receivers,
There was one bad throw.
That's it.
It seemed like the offense was much more comfortable. The moment was not too big for him, like it wasn't for Bailey Zappi. I mean, again, these quarterbacks, man, they're just – a lot of these guys are just ready.
And Zappi was the third string to start the year.
Yeah, he will be the second string.
The vast majority of you listening or watching, that's the game you're getting. I just saw the maps. So that's the game you'll get on CBS 42, Pittsburgh at Buffalo.
Largest underdog they've been since?
I have no idea.
Since Neil O'Donnell was the quarterback in 1982.
We weren't alive. 1969.
It's the biggest underdog Pittsburgh has been since 69?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Wow.
The very next year they drafted Terry Bradshaw.
How about that?
Yeah.
Little history from LT right there. LT will also tell you about the great folks at Odie's, right?
Rockstar, it is
Trivia.
It is Wednesday night. That means it is time for Odie's Team Trivia. Come out, see us tonight. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis. Award-winning burgers, the delicious wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Enjoy this fall weather. You can sit outside on the patio. Ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Come in, come see me, Rocky, Will Haver, tonight. It's Odie's Team Trivia right there at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF will provide information to help the clients and families find programs for unique individuals with traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injuries. Find out how you can help at ahif.org. That's ahif.org. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Before we get on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, you can always call that, by the way, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. We jump on the phones every now and then. I will tell you, our friends at Way to Wellness will help you jump on some health problems. You have an issue with your weight, your blood pressure, cholesterol, anything like that. Leslie and her board-certified team will help you get all that back in check, lose a few pounds, lower that blood pressure, cholesterol rate, all that. When you eat healthy with our friends at Way to Wellness, I've been using them for years. 45 pounds they helped me lose one time, and more importantly, they helped me lower my numbers on cholesterol and blood pressure to a really good, healthy level. I appreciated that so much. Life-changing it was for me. It can be for you, too. It's Way to Wellness. Here's the website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Go there. You'll find out there are no contracts. There are no sign-up fees, and you get to meet with Leslie and her board-certified team with a free consultation, so no out-of-pocket money before you go there and check them out. It's Way to Wellness, and the website again, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Before we bring Jeff Anunson on, Forrester has, I was talking about getting hacked earlier, and I told everybody but the guy who is into cybersecurity in my life, Tony. Tony, of course, was listening, and he quickly texted me and said, hey, I'm listening right now. There you see it right there at the bottom. I'm watching with a sort of a grimacing face emoji, like he's disappointed in me.
Oh, he should be.
Yeah, right there. So that's.
I see that you were talking about this is really bad about Auburn before.
Yeah, he's not happy, man.
Yeah.
Barfield had the ABC backfield, as you point out.
They did, and he goes, "That's true." He was asking if this is the worst team since Barfield, and I said, "Well, Barfield had those guys in the backfield there."
Well, they got Tank Bigsby in this backfield.
Yeah, probably should have blurred the rest of that text message. I didn't even know what was on there. Forrester.
At least there wasn't one of your crazy emojis, right?
Yeah, one of my crazy emojis. Speaking of crazy, Jeff Anunson is next with us, 205-734-0923. Jeff, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm jellical. The other day when I saw Klatt, that looked like he'd had, what is it called, a vestigial twin removed from his shoulder there.
Wow. Oh, the Siamese twin?
Yes.
You know them one, that's growing like part of
vestigial.
like basket case? Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the few things that I think I've done right in my life was I've always tried to be the best dad I could be. And one of the biggest regrets in my life is I haven't done a better job of being a dad. But, Rocky, that's what you got those effed up thoughts coming your way for a while.
Oh, I have them every day. And he's 5 months old.
Isn't your son serving in the military?
Yeah, he sure is. He's in Germany right now. He's in the OSI.
I say you did something right there. You raised a kid
yeah,
that's willing
he
to serve
learned
his
from my
country.
mistakes. Yeah, he watched me and learned. But, I do it all over again. And, Rocky, I don't guess it's called twerking, but the dry humping and then donkey kicking the Broncos' neck, that might be the best thing ever. That's right up there with the sumo and dancing with Brian Kelly.
You like that move? I went to school for that.
That's a marvelous thing,
Well,
man.
thank
You could be a professional dancer.
I'm trying.
And, you haven't lived until you've seen Rex Ryan yodel in Lederhosen.
I've not seen that, but I feel as though I've lived.
Oh, it's well, this would put you at 101, Brown. Better player, Dansby Swanson or Rafael Ramirez?
I would say Dansby Swanson. I don't remember Rafi carrying the bat. Dansby had.
Yeah, Dansby by far power-wise.
Now, was he considered a better defensive shortstop?
No, I think he was in that transition, not to power shortstops, but shortstops you were willing to give up an error or two to have a better bat in the lineup.
Willing to.
Yeah, but he was in that transition where you're moving away from the Aussies, the Gary Templeton type to the Barry Larkin Ramirez angle. Yeah.
All right, Shakira or Megan Fox in their prime?
Oh, man. I can't get the thumbs out of my head from Megan Fox. It would have been Megan Fox without the thumbs, so I'll go Shakira. And the fact that Shakira's more exotic.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, Lance likes the international ladies.
And Shakira's also like 4'11", and
Is she really?
Hey, I don't
She's
mind
fun-sized?
that. Yeah,
I did not know that.
I don't mind that at all.
And Dunaway, she's always barefooted almost.
Always. Always barefoot, yes.
Small hands.
Those
great feet.
Those ESPN stories that they do, that tear you up, they're well done, but man, it takes me a while to get pumped back up after them. I'll be all excited. It's game day and crowd going crazy, and then I know why they do it, but it's kind of like having a funeral at halftime to me.
Yeah, but you're right. The Brissy one this past week with his little sister.
Oh.
It had me in tears as I was sitting there. Yeah,
brutal. And I was really pumped. Good day of football, and man, it took me a couple of seconds to get back in the mood. And if y'all noticed, I don't know if y'all ever did it, but ESPN Streaks no longer around.
Somebody told me that the other day, or I think I saw it on Twitter, that they finally shut down ESPN Streaks. And I used to do it. I had no idea it was even still around. I mean, it's been a long time since I did it.
I've done it for years, and I had over 7,000 guesses on it.
Did you ever win anything?
Oh, Lord, no. Then people get up in the 30s now. You know, when it first started, it was in the 20s. There's something going on with people to get that many in a row.
No, I agree completely.
Just...
I agree completely.
Yeah, mathematically, it's just not possible.
Yeah.
But I haven't even heard of ESPN Streaks in years.
Yeah, I didn't know it was still around. I used to play it I remember when it first started, getting on board with it, because you think, this would be easy, man. All I got to do is get 20 of these, and I win $1 million. That's easy.
Daniel said it ended on September 30th of this year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
when we
sure
flipped the
it is.
calendar, yeah.
And they didn't give any warning. It just was gone.
It's like Spare Girl.
Mike Tomlin, I've been saying for years now, it's time for him to go. And Stephen A. Smith, I don't always agree with him, but he agrees with me. He's a Steelers fan. We've been saying for years, he's underachieved, man. He's got to go.
You know,
I know y'all like him.
No,
I've always said that.
I like Tomlin, but he's a weird case study in the fact that I do think he's probably underachieved a little bit, yet he's never had a losing record, which is hard to do as an NFL coach.
Man, that's the franchise there.
Yeah, I mean, the franchise plays a big part in it, I agree, but somebody's got to be the head coach. But he's just that guy that's trapped in the middle where he never does poorly enough. You're like, you got to fire him. But he's never really reached those high levels that much.
It's just a stale situation.
He's been in 2 Super Bowls.
1-1 or one both?
1-1.
1-1.
And they'll never fire him because they don't fire.
They don't fire coaches, yeah.
And they sure as hell ain't gonna start with him.
Well, I don't know. So Roethlisberger's got 2 Super Bowl wins, right?
Yeah, he got one with
Cower.
Yeah,
First one with Cower and then with Tomlin.
All right, most impressive win this year.
In college football?
Yes, I'm sorry, college football.
Oh boy, last week I would have said Kansas State over Oklahoma. That's gone now.
Yeah. That is a tough question, Jeff.
Still Georgia over Oregon?
Maybe, although you know, if you watch yesterday, I think Oregon loses this weekend, but they haven't lost yet.
Florida over Utah.
Yeah, but that's a tough one. You may be right with Georgia over Oregon.
Florida over Utah may end up being the biggest upset of the year.
Yeah, it might end up being the biggest
game changer.
Playoff changer. Yeah.
Most surprising loss so far.
Maybe Utah at Florida.
in hindsight, maybe not so, but at the time, Appalachian State beating Texas A&M.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, A&M was still what were they ranked at that time?
Yeah, they were way up. They were still
They were a top 10 team, right? Undefeated top 10 team when App State beat them.
Still shocked that UConn beat Fresno State. Not that anyone cares.
No.
They beat Utah State, too, didn't they? Like a drum.
Yeah, UConn. I mean, Jim Moore's done an okay job there at UConn. That's a terrible program, and they're independent. They don't even have a conference to play in.
I would think Mississippi State's kicking themselves on that loss at LSU right now, because where would they be?
Oh, no doubt.
Without that loss.
Basically, one bad half is what State has had all year. Bad half.
You know, LSU kicking themselves on the loss to Florida State.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, what team is not living up to your expectations the most?
Well, Texas A&M.
So you had high expectations. For
higher than losing to Appalachian.
They are.
Appalachian State almost losing to Arkansas and losing to Mississippi State the way they did. Yeah.
I would say BYU a little bit for me.
Yeah, I thought that too. I really did too. Yeah. I'm wondering, according to the top 40 poll, who's fell the most? Probably be A&M, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, after the first week, we started painting Florida and Anthony Richardson as a Heisman contender, and they've been very plain since.
They've since lost to Kentucky and almost lost to South Florida.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
But Oklahoma was a top 4 or 5 team. We all thought.
I don't even like talking about that.
Yeah, I would say Oklahoma's the one that's disappointing me the most.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed. Most surprising for the good on teams without Kansas in their name?
Illinois.
Bielema's doing a heck of a job. Illinois.
They've got a really good running back. Their defense is playing lockdown. I think Illinois has been a huge surprise.
Texas Tech a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
TCU.
Oh, definitely TCU.
Yeah.
They're undefeated.
All right, on neutral side, who you have? Clemson, Michigan.
I'll go Clemson.
I will go Clemson.
Yeah, I'd go Clemson.
Me too. USC, Tennessee.
USC.
Tennessee.
USC.
And Ohio State, Georgia.
Georgia.
Ohio State.
I don't know. I said that too quick. I might go Ohio State. The way Georgia's playing right now, if they met on a neutral site today.
Travion Henderson's back. When Jimbo
Yeah.
Smith gets back, I mean, they're not fully healthy, and they're just, I mean, that offense is lights out. Again, that's one of the more surprising. It wasn't a loss, but one of the more surprising performances outside of Georgia at Missouri was Notre Dame, what they were able to do bottling up that Ohio State offense.
Yeah. Weirder dude, Travolta or Tom Cruise?
Oh, I think I'd go Travolta. Although I've heard both of them are extremely nice people.
Yeah.
You're crazy. It's easy to be nice.
Yeah. I'd probably say.
I think Travolta's got a side that a lot of people don't know about.
I'm going to say Tom Cruise.
Which complicates it.
Is things that we know. I think there's so little we know about Tom Cruise.
Yeah, what we don't know about Tom Cruise is pretty scary, too.
Yeah.
But
he jumped up on the couch and
Yeah, but doesn't Cruise, doesn't he have like he's like got a time set limit for each wife? It's almost been dead on. Like 6-year relationships.
It's also, I think, when she turns 33 or something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that. Travolta's just had a lot of tragedy. He's lost a son. He's lost a wife.
He has. And a pilot can drive a 747.
Tom Cruise, a pilot too, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Okay, can I do a pick six? Do y'all have time for that?
Go quick.
I hadn't done it the last 2 weeks because I thought y'all kind of did it on Saturdays, but then I've noticed y'all don't do some of the games, and y'all do by spread sometimes. So these are just straight up. Tennessee, LSU.
Tennessee.
LSU.
I've got Tennessee. Utah, UCLA.
Utah.
UCLA.
I have Utah. North Carolina, Miami.
North Carolina.
It's a tough one, but I'm going to go Miami.
Yeah, where is that game?
It's in Coral Gables.
Yeah, I'll play Miami.
I went Miami. Kansas State, Iowa State.
Kansas State.
Iowa State.
Iowa State with me. BYU, Notre Dame.
That's a tough one, man. I mean,
That's
2 weeks
the toughest
ago,
one on there to me.
2 weeks ago, I would have said BYU blows them out, but boy, they have
I'm
not.
going to lean BYU.
I think I will too.
BYU in Vegas, yes.
I went BYU too. And last one, Florida State, North Carolina State.
I'm going to go NC State.
NC State.
I'll go Florida State.
I went NC State. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
Be good.
JD's up in Huntsville. He's next with us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. JD, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Brown, you and Dunaway have both been on Hey Coach. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Lance has to.
Yeah, I have to.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Hey, how do they select the person that's going to be on there? How do they? Do you know how they go about that?
Yeah, it's done by Josh Maxson, who basically is Nick Saban's media. I don't know how we would describe Josh. Josh works in the athletic department at Alabama as a sports information department, just kind of handles all the media obligations for Coach Saban. And I've always assumed Josh just picks people that Nick Saban likes to talk to.
Yeah. No, he rotates it around, a local TV guy. When you have a group that's doing a broadcast of a game, a home game, if he can get somebody from that broadcast crew, like they just had Cole on, Cole Kublik from the SEC Network folks when they had a night SEC Network game. Truthfully, the only time I'm on it, I am sort of their safety net. I can do it at a drop of a hat. I'm here local. If they've got somebody who all of a sudden drops out or for whatever reason, I'm sort of an emergency fill-in guy. So that's how I popped up there probably once or twice more than some people.
So who do you think they're going to select this week? I know who it will not be. Absolutely will not be.
It'll be somebody from, I don't know. It's the CBS crew. You don't think it'll be Jenny Dell is what you're saying?
No.
Yep.
Not at all.
You might be surprised, though.
Yeah, it could be Jenny
That
Dell.
would be hilarious.
I don't think it'll be Gary. Maybe Brad. Maybe Nessler does it. I don't know.
I could see Brad. I think he's done it before. But Gary, I don't know. I don't see that. I don't think that because I think he knows he's smart enough to know that most fans don't like Gary. They like Brad a little bit better. And if Gary goes in there, it'll be about Gary. You might get some boos. And Saban is not about that. So even Pee Wee might boo Gary. So hey, LT, who do the Dodgers fear the most? The Mets or the Braves?
Braves.
The Braves?
Yeah, just because
you saw what
the Dodgers have so much in that lineup. I know the Mets have got the better staff. Of course, I say that. Didn't look like it this past weekend. It comes down to what Buster said this past week, and this was something that happened. You know, the Braves just have more pop in that lineup than the Mets, and that came to fruition against the Mets.
And they got speed at the top of the lineup too. That's a pretty good combination, having some power and then you got some speed when you guys get on. So okay, I really
Braves scare me.
It's a crapshoot. We always say this in baseball. I mean, you could have the Phillies or the Cardinals could just all of a sudden start playing out of their mind like the Nationals did that year, and everybody be like, "Wow, we didn't see that coming."
Yep.
And one last thing, this A&M and Alabama game. Do you think? I think you've talked about this before. Do you think that Saban, if he gets up, puts one more on there? Or do you think he just takes a knee at the end, or just starts running the ball in the fourth quarter if they get up? Or do you think he's going to be like, you know what? You asked for it, and you got it. Here it comes.
Yeah, Nick Saban's had a lot of opportunities where I thought, ooh, this might be a game where he runs the score up, and he really never – I've never seen a time where I really thought Saban was actively running the score up. I just don't think that's –
Yeah, because typically what happens is they get up so big at halftime, they let off in the second half. And I could see that again this game.
I would tell you nothing is, to me, more demoralizing than when a coach takes his foot off the gas.
Has mercy on you.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is more demoralizing.
Lane Kiffin against Georgia Tech.
Yeah. Or when the number twos continue to run the score up on you.
Yeah.
That, too, is demoralizing. So either one of those could be in play.
I do think he lets his team primarily run the offense when the twos are in there, but I've just never – I can't think of a game where I'm like, oof, Saban. I mean, I'll give you an example. Not that he would have had anything against Gene Chizik, but that 2012 Iron Bowl, it's 42-0 or 49-0 at the half, and he absolutely let his foot off there.
All right, JD, thank you for the phone call there as we roll on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline 205-734-0923. When we come back, we'll continue our college football conversation to baseball and Buster Olney at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by the JohnsonRVCenter.com folks. Right up there, 2 locations, Brownie.
You can find them just off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and they are clearing out the 2022s right now, making room for the 23s. You looking for a fifth wheel? How about that 2022 Wildcat 302BH? $399 a month with 10% down and approved credit. They've got the Clippers there as well that are great prices. You could see more online, JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com, or I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. It's Johnston RV Center.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. Does your business believe in ethics? Is your business trustworthy? Do you hold your business to the highest standards? Does customer service reign supreme? After you've answered yes to all these questions, answer this. Are you BBB accredited? If not, why aren't you? BBB is a community of ethical, like-minded businesses and brands that believe ethics and values like trustworthiness play a vital role in the marketplace and in the success of their business. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to a higher standard, in turn making their communities a better place to live and work. The BBB torch was lit over 100 years ago by business owners like yourself to protect the public from the impact of fraud in the marketplace. Today, the torch is carried by businesses large and small who all believe that better businesses make better communities. Apply for BBB accreditation today by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn your sign of a better business.
This part of the show, Rockstar's Viewing Menu, always brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, and their week special this week for Texas A&M. Get a free unframed Leap of Faith 8x10 collegiate classic print with any $50 purchase in Leap of Faith by Daniel A. Moore. Alabama's award-winning Jonathan Allen flies over Texas A&M's blocking back Travion Williams to sack Trevor Knight in that 2016 matchup, which Alabama won 33-14. No code needed. Item will automatically appear in your cart after $50 has been added. The offer ends 10/9/22. Shop now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
You got a few things tonight. Netflix, there's a new movie called Mr. Harrington's Phone. It's based off a short story from Stephen King. When Mr. Harrington dies, the teen who befriended him and did odd jobs for him puts his smartphone in his pocket before the burial, and when the lonely youth leaves his dead friend a message, he is shocked to get a return text.
Oh, he's not really dead.
Or he's probably
he's dead. It's just the
speaking behind the grave.
Yeah.
Help. I can't. It's hard as hell to breathe in here.
Really
so dark.
claustrophobic.
Yeah. And then you guys, 9 p.m. on USA. This was a Peacock original. I think Lance watched it, Dr. Death.
I did. It was very good.
I listened to the actual podcast it's based off of, and it was fascinating.
I read the book.
Well, they're putting it on USA. The premiere of Season 1, Episode 1. I don't know why. So I think they're moving. I guess it's such a successful Peacock thing. Like, we got nothing on USA right now. Can we just put it on there?
I'm telling you, it's well worth the watch. The guy that played Dawson's Creek, Joshua Jackson, I don't know who he played, but he was one of the main guys in Dawson's Creek, which I know you watched.
I did.
He was really good as
I think
Dr.
he's also
Death.
in The Affair, isn't he? In that show on Showtime?
I don't know.
No, he was in the one with Nicole Kidman. He was married
okay.
to Reese Witherspoon. Big Little Lies or something like that.
Yeah.
And then also
Pacey.
Yeah. 8 p.m. on CBS, one that Lance will not shut up about being excited about. The Real Love Boat premieres tonight. Yeah. The real one.
The trailers, which we're forced to watch during CBS NFL games, and I guess maybe they played some during 2:30.
It's just a dating show. It's not going to be a scripted show.
On a boat.
It's a dating show on a boat. Yeah.
But it's real. It's got it in the title.
Yeah.
It's the real love boat.
It looks awful.
It's a dating show. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Part of our show today being brought to you as well by our friends at Alabama Power. They will keep you connected and a lot more, Brownie.
Absolutely. Timely communication, more important today than ever before. Alabama Power wants you to know you got a lot of options beyond just phone or mail. They offer a lot of options for you to receive account information like paperless billing, where you can receive your bill via email each month. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/myaccount. That's alabamapower.com/myaccount.
He said what? Says, first I've heard anybody say they've read the book. Way to go, Jim. No, I was being, it's a modern day version of I read the book when he saw the show, and then this one says, oh, I listened to the podcast before it was a show.
Yeah, I was super flexing right there.
That was the modern day version of, right. I read the book.
Yeah, and the book's always better, right?
The podcast, I'm sure, is better than the scripted show.
Well, it did have the real people on it, Jim.
A debatable question is, if I got, say, Stephen King's The Stand on tape and listened to it in my car on a road trip, can I say that I read the book?
I heard the book.
It's a book on tape. I'm going to allow that.
Okay. I'm just curious if he's like, I read a lot of books on tape.
Brown says, I'm going to allow that.
How long would that take?
It'd be a long trip.
Yep.
I mean, how many pages is The Stand?
It's 1,200, I think. 1,100. It's a good book.
Good book. Long drive for you. Yes. Books on tape make me fall asleep.
I don't listen to them. I'm just saying when people say I read the book. But
does that count? You can't book on tape, yeah.
All right. One college football note about the Tennessee-LSU game. LSU players are telling the media this week that Jaden Daniels called a players-only meeting with the receivers, just the quarterback and the receivers.
Keisha Boutte didn't attend.
He dropped the invitation. I don't know. He showed up, and they sort of were working out trust issues with each other. And so they're trying to get ready for what could be a high-scoring affair with Tennessee and LSU. LSU hopes it's not if they're going to win the game.
You know, I haven't seen that side of LSU's offense yet. LSU's playing more towards their defense, trying to establish that run.
We got to go to break here, but tell me quickly, number that LSU would have to score to beat Tennessee, you think? Minimum number LSU has to score to win this game?
27.
27. That's a hell of a day of defense for LSU if they hold Tennessee to 27.
It's going to be a lot harder on Tennessee on the road with that offense. I mean, it's just it's hard to travel that.
11 a.m., not at night like Luginbill thought. Everyone always assumes big game, it's at night. Not this time. 11 a.m. straight out of game day. Buster Olney coming up. On the other side here, the lock every day. LT will send one out, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. They want to make sure all your plumbing and heating and your cooling are running right year-round. Make sure you stay tuned in with our friends at Hemphill. That's Adam Chad and the team that's been fixing it right the first time and fixing it at a fair price since 1954. You can call them up right now. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Well, I got my wish as a Tampa Bay Rays fan. We get to play the Guardians in the first round of the playoffs. The Braves fans get their wish. They win the National League East. We'll talk baseball with Buster Olney. One note, though, JD called us last hour. It is Andy Staples of The Athletic who is the guest this week with Nick Saban on Hey Coach coming up Thursday night as they get ready for the big game in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, Andy's really good. All right, it is the final day of the regular season. The postseason begins on Friday. Buster Olney of ESPN is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As always, Buster presented by ATIX, AAATIX.com, 822-7382, Bama, Texas A&M, and Tuscaloosa. If you want to hit the road with Auburn to Athens, your tickets at ATIX, AAATIX.com, and, of course, the postseason baseball tickets as well. What's up, Buster? How are you?
Oh, man, my head's spinning. We got so much to get to today, right? The Judge and the playoffs and all that. Just the Braves, their incredible weekend against the Mets. Can the Mets pick up and set themselves up off the mat? A lot of fun as we go down the stretch.
You were very excited about Aaron Judge. Now, I'm going to be blunt with you, and I think you probably know this. There are a lot of people around here that are college football fans that got upset about Aaron's at-bats being in the college football games. But beyond that, you were very excited about the overall chase for that record. So what was your reaction yesterday afternoon when you saw it broken?
I get asked all the time, who do you root for? And I always say root for really interesting stories and good games, and I root for good stuff to happen to good people. I think he's a great guy. I think he's a great team guy. Been impressed with how he's handled everything, really, from his first day in the big leagues. So, to see him go from that frustration that we saw on Monday night where he's slamming the bat, and you could tell this whole thing was wearing on him, where everyone's waiting and waiting and waiting for him to hit this record, to see him hit number 62 in the relief, that was pretty cool. Let's face it, whether you agree that, with me, that Barry Bonds is the all-time home run leader and you can't change that because, that's the history that happened or not, it is going to kick off a large conversation about the record in 62 and what it means, given what we know about the steroid era.
Now that the Yankees have locked in that second seed and he's got 62, what does Aaron Boone do with him tonight, or today, I should say?
I think because they've got this long layoff before they start to play in the postseason, in the division series, he'll probably give a lot of choices to guys in his lineup. Like he'll probably go to Judge and say, hey, how do you feel? Do you want to treat it like a spring training game? Take 3 plate appearances and then I'll pull you out of the game. Or if Judge tells him, no, I want to play the whole game. Or if Judge says, I don't want to play at all, I think Booney will do whatever he wants. And let's face it, with the Yankees, we've been so focused on Judge the last 3 weeks. That really has, I think, papered over what their biggest concern is going into the postseason, and that is this bullpen, which is a complete mess right now. There are some teams going into the postseason with their bullpens in absolutely great shape. The Braves are one of those teams. The Yankees are at the other end of the spectrum. We have all these parts and pieces, and you're not quite sure how Aaron Boone is going to use all of them because of all the injuries and issues that they've had.
Can I go back to the Judge home run record? Roger Maris Jr.'s tweet, and I know you talked about it this morning on Get Up. Just for our audience who may have missed it on Get Up, what do you think of him calling Judge the clean home run king, and even saying kids now have someone to look up to?
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, he's coming from a place, unique perspective, being Roger's son. He loves his dad, and that's great. I think there are a lot of baseball fans who feel the way that he does. That they look at what Bonds accomplished, McGuire and Sosa, as being illegitimate. I, tend to think that in every era, there are mitigating circumstances that are unique to that time. Baseball up until 1947 was segregated. When Babe Ruth set his record of 60 in 1961, as you guys know, there was expansion. And it was thought that, the quality of pitching went down. That was the year that Roger Maris hit his 61. So I disagree with him. And I look at Barry Bonds as being the all-time home run champ because he has the most in a single season, because he has the most home runs. That all said, if you ask me the question, who's had the greatest season, I'd say Aaron Judge this year, because of the context that we are in an era where there's PED testing. He doesn't have the advantages that Bonds, McGuire, Sosa had, and pitching is so much better, and hitting is so much more difficult. What Judge has done to hit 62 home runs, 16 more than the next closest guy, to flirt with the Triple Crown, it's just amazing.
ESPN's Buster Olney is with us. He joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com, or call locally 822-7382. Bama, Texas A&M. Auburn is at Georgia. Braves postseason tickets, all those at ATIX, 822-7382. Who do the Braves want? Phillies or Cardinals? What's a better matchup for Atlanta, do you think?
The Phillies. I mean, the Phillies I don't think are as good of a team as the Cardinals. They could upset St. Louis when you got experienced guys like Schwarber and Bryce Harper, and you get into a short series. I mean, my goodness, 3 games, anything can happen. To me, that the Phillies would be the team that, if you're the Braves, that you're familiar with, you probably want them, and their depth would manifest. But I got to be honest, I don't think it matters anymore. I think right now, I was talking about this with one of my colleagues earlier today. Right now, I think the Braves are the clear favorite to win the World Series. With the way they're playing, with the way that they're put together, all cylinders going, power up and down the lineup, the rotation, the bullpen, and the experience of being in the postseason time after time after time. I think they're in a great place as they start the postseason.
Would you be shocked if the Astros, Dodgers, or Braves, one of those three, is not in the World Series?
I would be shocked at this point if the Astros are not in the World Series. I think they're the biggest favorite that I've seen in a league in a long time. Where because when you run through the other teams, the Yankees being the East winners, we talked about their bullpen issues. I actually think Cleveland is going to win the first round, and sorry about that,
Buster.
And I know, and then I think they're going to beat the Yankees in the second round too. That team is playing so well, their pitching is so good, and you've got Terry Francona as manager. That's a real weapon. Nobody's close to what the Astros are in terms of the depth of their pitching. We talked about Verlander in recent weeks, the experience of their lineup, guys like, Bregman and Altuve, the implementation of the young players on that team. Astros, to me, it would be a shock if they're not back in the World Series.
I know they don't root for certain teams or cheer for certain teams in the Major League Baseball offices, but do you think with the expanded...
Oh, yeah, they do. Oh, yeah, they
do. You don't think in the expanded playoffs they're pretty happy that Seattle, since 2001, back in the postseason, that's got to really help that franchise a little?
Yeah, and I think if you were to drop a list in our lifetimes of the most quote-unquote frustrated franchises, right? For a lot of years, it was the Red Sox until they won the World Series in 2004, and then it was the Cubs until they won in 2016. I think Cleveland would be at the top at this point because it's been so long since they won a World Series, but Seattle is a close second. Now, what's interesting about them is that, they have this first time in the postseason in 21 years, despite the fact that they've had great players, Ichiro, Felix Hernandez, signing of Robinson Cano, and their owners have actually tried to win. Like they've spent money in an effort to win. So it's really cool that they're back in there. But don't kid yourself. MLB execs, I'm sure privately, if you gave them truth serum, they want happy broadcast partners. And so if there was a Dodger-Yankee series, World Series, I don't think they'd be brokenhearted about that.
You know what? I want to echo something Dunaway said last week. You know what excites me is us having Buster through the playoffs.
Through the playoffs,
yeah. Back when we were in radio and we didn't get to control the budget like we do now, Buster used to disappear in August. This is going to be fun, Buster. I greatly look forward to it, and I know you do as well. You don't look forward to joining us, but
I love talking with you guys.
The playoffs you look forward to.
Right, exactly. We work through all of our, work round by round by round, the best games of the year, the biggest games of the year. And I'm fascinated by watching the Braves. I got to tell you, they're an interesting team to watch the evolution of that group of players. It's going to be fun talking with you guys.
Just make sure you tell the folks at ESPN the algorithms of the number of tweets you got from Braves fans because of this appearance, as opposed to being on with Greeny on Get Up. I mean, we had to be close.
See, I don't know this for sure. I'm going to double back, but I think there are a couple of Braves players who made reference to, for all those who wrote us off. And I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Is that person referring to me? Because I was definitely one of those in May. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I've been reminded of that about 1 million times, and I'll get it about 2 million times more if the Braves win the World Series again.
Buster has long since owned that one. He's presented each week by ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382. Buster, have yourself a terrific weekend. We appreciate the time as always.
Absolutely.
All right.
Good to see you guys.
Yep, you too. See you next week. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Again, courtesy of ATIX, Bama A&M, Auburn, Georgia, AAATix.com or 822-7382.
And as always, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy's Chicken getting ready to help you win your tailgate this weekend. No matter where you're going to the game in person or watching at home, why not order some great Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com, the fried chicken plates. Get a big platter of chicken fingers if you want. The Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the po' boys, both the shrimp, or you can get the chicken, or I believe a catfish po' boy. Great, made specifically for Sterling and the folks at Champy's Chicken. Desserts there. Great cocktails if you want to swing by there on Highway 119 in Alabaster for date night coming up this weekend. Business meetings, whatever. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They can do it. ChampysChicken.com to see the menu and everything Sterling and his team can offer you there right on the Highway 119 in Alabaster.
All right, I'm going to connect the dots here because it's completely unrelated to anything we've talked about on the show. But as we were talking to Buster, I was just reading an Outkick article or looking at it that apparently Ed Werder today of ESPN did a Peloton ride with Hannah and gave her a perfect 10, called her a perfect 10, and has since had to pull the tweet down because people were coming after him saying the perfect 10 was about her looks and all. It's just stupid.
Are you kidding?
Like Hannah Storm?
No, the Peloton instructor.
Oh, the Peloton.
I think it's Hannah Corbin.
Hannah Montana.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to question Ed's scouting at that point if he was still calling Hannah Storm a 10.
I'm questioning it now because Hannah's like, there's like 4 in front of Hannah.
Okay, but did you know, I discovered this weekend, that new girl that's on game day is a Peloton instructor. That's where she made her bones.
Yeah, the Jess girl?
Yeah, Jess Sims, I think is her name.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's how she. I didn't know that
she
either.
Must have been early on. Then.
Because I was like, well, this girl just came out of nowhere. Like, who was the? It was Maria Taylor, right? Yeah. And then she went to NBC.
Yeah, I thought for a second that she was. They had a DJ for a while,
right?
And the first time I saw her, I had to look to see if it was the DJ they just
hit a microphone,
turned into the hype girl, right?
Right.
But then I did.
Is that Jess Sims?
That is, but she has darker hair now.
Yeah, she looks different on game day.
Yeah, I look. I've been riding Peloton for almost 3 years, and I don't ever remember.
That is a stride she is doing. She is
she's in a hurry. Yes.
She may have been the original when Peloton first burst onto the scene. The original crew.
So I watched a little more of game day this past Saturday than I normally do, and she was on there, and I was like, where did this girl come from? Like, she is just out of the blue part of game day. I've never seen anything like this. And I Googled her and found out she was a Peloton instructor.
Yeah.
Which is a wild, if you think about it, that's a pretty wild ascension. You go from being basically an exercise instructor to not an analyst, but, part of the game day. That's a pretty big ascension there.
Her role basically is hype girl maybe on the show.
She does some interviews though.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah. I mean, seems like a really good personality, bubbly personality. I don't mind her. I'm not against her. I'm just saying I just thought it was weird that you go from Peloton instructor to game day. Not many people follow that path.
Pull down your comments, Brown. Back to what you said. Ed Warder gave a 10, which is a perfect score when you're riding a Peloton. Just if you like the workout, you give him a 10. And we live in a society that because he's a guy, an old guy, he gave her a 10.
He called her a perfect 10, yes.
Yeah. Okay, pull Hannah Corbin and Kendall Toole. Kendall Toole's the one that I ride to, but I turn her down and I listen to my own music.
Right.
See, I grew up in the era of Beavis and Butthead, so when you say Tool, I go, he said Tool.
Okay, this is Hannah Corbin, so this is his 10.
Okay, this is the perfect 10?
Yeah, look, and she's good looking.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Again, I'm not even sure that's what Ed was talking about.
I'm sure he was, though.
Brown and I have a favorite
but I don't think
sports reporter. She looks a lot like in the face.
Is there anything wrong with him saying that? He's complimenting beauty, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't really care what Ed Warder says
go
about
to
a Peloton
Kendall Toole,
Hey, can you find out where she got those pants, Rockstar? I really like those pants.
You like the Argyle?
Yeah. I mean, I would search, but I'm afraid I would get hacked.
As we go to Kendall Toole, Nick Saban has said Bryce Young is doing some things in practice, but he's still day-to-day.
Day-to-day.
Update on Bryce Young.
He will be day-to-day until he's out there again.
As we go to Kendall Toole.
A lightning bolt on her neck.
Yeah, she's got a lightning bolt on her neck.
Oh, yeah, she does. Yeah. Okay.
She doesn't strike twice in the same place. Is that what that means? What's a lightning bolt mean?
I don't know.
It means if you're lying.
And why is it sideways?
Maybe she's a fan of your Tampa Bay Lightning.
Anyway,
maybe she is.
I bring all this up just to say I didn't realize that's where that girl came from.
No,
she does a fine job.
Because Ed Warder is getting canceled for just
for
what we assume is a innocent comment.
I mean, I guess he's not getting canceled. He just had to pull a tweet down. I don't think he's going to lose his gig with ESPN.
Who got upset though?
People were just hammering him on Twitter. So I had to do the same thing Saturday, and it was not a controversial.
He should not have pulled his tweet down.
It was not a controversial tweet at all Saturday.
Ashley says same bullshit that happened when Musburger complimented AJ's girlfriend.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That made her a star, by the way. No, Saturday I tweeted when Bryce Young got hurt. I've never seen a quarterback get hurt just throwing the football. That's before CBS showed the replay. Well, when CBS showed the replay, obviously, I, along with 5.5 million other viewers, most watched game of the weekend, saw how he got hurt. I cannot tell you how many people he was hurt the previous play. He was hurt the previous play. I'm like, I get CBS. I saw that he was hurt the previous play. Clearly, I tweeted that before CBS showed it. I got so many responses, I just had to delete the tweet so people would quit responding to it.
Oh, then do you get blasted then? Oh, Brown deleted the tweet. No, you're a tweet deleter, Brown.
And then one guy was like, oh, he got hurt the previous play, and I have seen that before, but I'm sure I watch more football than you. I'm like, oh.
Have you deleted the tweet?
Oh yeah. Usually when I've misspelled something.
No, that's the only thing. If I shoot something out and I've made like some kind of error, then and it's an obvious error, then I'll immediately delete. But outside of that, I've never gone back and.
Well, I did one last night because I thought it would be nice to just warn people that I got hacked. Right. So I don't know how many crossover I have of my 72,000 whatever followers on Twitter.
Or whatever.
72,633 on Twitter.
Right. Verified.
As opposed to.
What are you weighing today?
As opposed to, unfortunately, 194.5.
0.5.
On the other side, I don't know how many crossover to the 4,000 or so that follow me on Instagram, but I figured there were a few, so I tweeted out last night, warning, don't answer any DMs from me on Instagram. I have been hacked. Sorry for the inconvenience. Well, then all of a sudden, I guess because I used the word hacked in a tweet, I started getting quote tweet by all these services that I assume is going to hack me on Twitter if I click on any of those.
Well, you got to click to just see.
Yeah, you never know.
20 of them. Don't use Instagram. Their help services. They'll do nothing for you. Click this link. This guy will hook you up. Click this link. This girl. This reputable service will get your account back on Instagram
don't
if you
trust any
click
of that.
this. And I was like, oh crap. So I pulled that down because I got tired of being quote tweeted by apparently 1,000 other hackers. To which point I swear I screamed this out in my house. I said, "Damn Russians!"
That's good at any time, though.
To which my wife said, "What makes you think it's Russians?"
That's right.
And I said, "You're right. Damn Chinese!" And she's like, "That's not better." And I was like, "Ah!" I was not happy last night.
I've never seen anybody get so beat up about having an account hacked as you. You said you didn't sleep.
But what a pain in the ass.
Go back on Instagram.
I have never back on Instagram. What are you going to do in our meetings if you don't have Instagram?
Tea times. 2:30 looks good. Ooh, 1:15. That is perfect.
2:30 does look good today, by the way.
1:15 is grand.
They're playing together, by the way, right?
We are. We're playing.
Can I get an invite?
Lance would never say yes.
I did wonder why Lunsford did not help me out last night. I didn't scream, "Damn Lunsford," but I was wondering. I tried to send out an SOS, Lunsford. You did not come to help.
The best response was Rockstar when you sent the group text to the next round saying, "Do not open a DM from me. I think I've been hacked on Instagram." And Rockstar responded, "How do we know this is not the hacker?"
Jay Price
Great
says,
question.
Dunaway's about to be on local news. Old white man screams about foreigners. The story at 10.
I mean, do you fire out DMs like peasants?
Lunsford says, "I didn't help you because maybe I'm the one that did it."
Bum, bum, bum.
That would be just like it. All right.
Do you have the ability to hack?
Yeah, I think he does. Yes.
Yes.
I refuse to answer that question.
Yeah. So there's your yes.
Yep, there we go.
I just wanted to know last night if you had the ability to play great defense. That's all I was worried about last night, was playing defense. All right. When we come back, we've got trash today and a lot more. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at, let's go with Dobell. Dobell Diamante.
You spin that wheel.
Tequila.
Tequila. I almost, if I'd had time, I'd have walked
It wasn't
down.
the Mexicans, right?
Now you're making me uncomfortable.
No me gusta.
The next round is brought to you by Maestro Dobell Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobell Diamante, a blend of extra añejo and the reposado tequilas, aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobell Diamante Tequila, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. We're back in a moment.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
And we're back with some breaking transfer news out of Tuscaloosa. Tyler Bigbie, the award-winning realtor we've been talking about for months, has moved his license to Keller Williams Tuscaloosa. Tyler can now service Baldwin and Jefferson County as well. Call Tyler Bigbie if you're looking to purchase a home this fall, 205-826-6476, or visit tylerbigby.kw.com. That's Bigbie, B-I-G-B-I-E.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Cody says, I'm disappointed that Dunaway did not end his rant with rat farts after getting lightning struck. A little, that's old school Caddyshack, right?
Yep.
The preacher that was having the round of his life. I hold one out from 102.
Rabbi.
108 yards yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, you played golf well before. That was before all this happened, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You hold one out from 100 yards?
108 yards yesterday.
He said he shot an 83, which used to get his attention until he shot in the 70s.
You're so specific on your numbers.
Well, you have one of these things. What are they called, Brown?
Spyglass.
GPS.
You don't use one of those, do you?
Rangefinder. Everybody that plays golf uses those.
That's
things.
not
I don't
true.
know why you think it is so weird.
I've played with a million people. I've only seen a couple of people.
Golf.
And I have to kick
That's
my
not
hat up
true.
like
People use
this
them all the
to get it
time.
to fit under there.
Yeah.
And then I dial it in because, I've got one club that I can hit 108 on the nose, apparently. And then I got one that hits 114. I need to know. Am I 108, 114?
Yeah.
It's a precise game. Game of inches, LT.
The caddies use those on the tour?
They're not allowed to.
Okay.
Not allowed.
They were allowed to.
What about on Live?
Huh?
What on Live? Can they do?
No rules on Live, man. Just do whatever you want.
Hey, part of the show today is being brought to you by Michelson Laser Vision. In our look ahead today, Todd Fuhrman at the top of the hour talking about all the games from the desert in Las Vegas, including tonight's SMU UCF game. LT sending out a lock later on. Fuhrman will tell you how he's playing it out in Vegas. That's coming up. And Bryant Vincent, head coach of UAB, back home this weekend with Middle Tennessee State, the team that beat Miami? Yeah, Miami, right?
Yeah, Middle Tennessee. Yeah, they beat Miami. Yeah.
Coming to play at Protective.
And then turned around and lost to UTSA like you knew they would.
We don't need no stinking rangefinder with Michelson Laser Vision. That's why I've never used one, Brown. I got 2015 vision like a pilot.
It allows you to see yardages?
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, it's one simple phone call to Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. I made the call 2 decades ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, the first to perform LASIK in Alabama back in 1995. He's a pioneer. Best in the business. Also, Dr. Jen Michelson. Call today, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Matthew says, get an Apple Watch and use the GPS. It's exact on all courses. Matthew, I'm sorry. I'm no longer using technology after getting hacked last night.
It's a bad tan line, though. If you have to wear the Apple Watch, you get that tan line.
Or the tan line that I yearn for.
Yeah, I don't want the tan line. I don't wear a watch when I'm playing golf.
My God.
I don't really yearn for a tan line. It's the weirdest thing. The tan line you yearn for?
Yeah. You know what that means? It means Jim had a good summer.
The summer of Jim.
Wow. Summer of Jim.
Man was handcuffed.
Time for trash. Rockstar, hit the big button right now.
Assault, curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Before you say mortgage right, that right there, Forster has the jersey.
Oh, you fat?
Yep.
There's
the jersey. Ho, you fat.
Ho, you fat. Who's he play for?
It's like some French team.
Yeah. Ho, you fat for the 3.
Huh.
Wow, that is
Ed Werder better not tweet that out.
I know. Ed Werder's watching SportsCenter today going, wait a second, what?
I cancel my tweet?
Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market. This program allows you to take a time out, make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining that 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first with, and this story really confused me, Rocky. We've got a 62-story, 640-foot tall skyscraper with a surreal floating cube that might illuminate San Francisco's skyline. Now, according to planning documents, the project on 620 Folsom Street would offer 826 residential units and sit just blocks away from the Bay Bridge. Now, they go on to the description says, quote, hovering above Soma like a subtle glowing lantern, the building's cubic form reflects a design that is both unique and expressive of its time, but also complementary to its historic Bay context. Now, the 54th floor would be transparent, as you can see here, creating the illusion the floors above it are floating, according to the San Francisco Chronicle. While the tower is supposed to help much-needed housing, it's not clear how much each unit will cost. If approved, it will offer 118 studio units, 118 one-bedroom units, 472 two-bedroom units, and 118 three-bedroom units. Just 15% of them will be, quote, very low income. This is what I don't understand. San Francisco got the highest property in America right now per square footage.
Big homeless problem, big drug problem.
Yeah, and a huge homeless and drug problem. So you're bringing in 15% to the very low income, but the other ones are going to have to be high rent.
Yeah.
I don't know how you mix the two.
Well, first off,
That's like we stay away from the third and fourth floors.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't ever go to the third or fourth
literally
floor.
a class system at this point, right? Yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind, though, somewhere, who is the former Pac-12 commissioner? He looked at this and
Larry
said,
Scott.
the top 5 floors are going to be ours, boys.
Okay, but
we'll
seriously,
take everything above the transparent floor.
Would you pay $15 million to live on one of those top floors if you had somebody that's putting a needle in their arm down low?
Well, I wouldn't, but my bigger concern than all of that is
let's don't associate drug use and low income together. There are some upstanding, hardworking, low income folks. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, but I'm talking about San Francisco's overall problems are drug use and homeless.
Yeah.
Right. No,
but
I would
some
not.
of the millionaires could be using heroin and drugs too. So
that's a good
not
point.
necessarily
Yeah.
a financial situation. Sometimes you got to have some money to buy the drugs.
I get that, but again, I'm saying I'm not going to want to pay that kind of money and live with, somebody that possibly is doing that.
My bigger concern is the earthquakes.
Yeah, but if you're in any high rise.
Yeah.
But how do they hide the elevator?
That's a good question, Jim. I don't know.
It's just stairs from that
No,
point
I think
on.
it's like a some kind of like glass that's going to fog everything out.
Yeah.
What I would do is put a pool on that level.
Yeah.
That would be good, especially if, that'd be good. How are you going to hide the edges there? See, it looks good in a photo because you can match the color of the sky, but on a differently colored sky day, you're not going to be able to see. When the sky is different, it's going to look different.
Yeah, see, the elevator's right there in the middle, it looks like.
Yeah.
I'm not going to live there.
It's not going to look as good.
You know that's
in real
not
life.
truly transparent. You lied to
You know
me.
what? I'm going to say
want my money back.
I'm going to say this thing never gets done. This
Yeah,
project never takes
I'm
off.
kind of with you on that one. Probably don't get built.
Okay,
It does
this
look
is
futuristic.
a weird study out there. It's certainly true that historically male-dominated arena of rock and roll has led to some unhealthy dynamics when it comes to sex. But do that many straight men who play guitar really do it to boost their chances with women? According to a new study, there's actually another surprising factor in play, at least when it comes to extreme metal. Following a spicy truth nugget shared by the official Twitter account of QI, a new study has indicated that the reason many straight male guitarists began playing extreme metal is to show off to other straight male guitarists.
You got to see, like a death metal guitarist, if I'm in death metal, I don't think what I'm doing is going to impress the ladies.
Well, I don't think either one of those dudes has got a shot at any ladies anyway.
One guy looks like Todd Packer from The Office.
It does, but is he not tattooed all over his face? He got like a spider web on
He
it?
fell on a grill.
Yeah. Todd Packer.
No, he's literally on the grid, it looks like.
Oh, wow. But metal is all about speed. And I don't think women are going to be very impressed by me. I can just do this metal solo and just growl.
Yeah.
I think that's
Women want the,
it would impress another male.
yeah.
Like, man, you play that fast?
Yeah, women are more into Slash or people like that.
Research shows that heterosexual men who learn to play extreme metal guitar are mostly motivated to do it in order to impress other men. Reads QI's tweet posted yesterday on October 2nd. Needless to say, it sparked an immediate debate, most of which, unlike much of social media, was actually in good jest. Conducted earlier this year and posted on PsychNet, the summary reveals that 44 straight male guitarists were surveyed for the study. While the results do reveal that some of the aspects playing guitar are linked to the desire to get laid, other aspects linked to extreme metal are rooted in men's desire to impress their fellow guitar bros.
A little bit of Aaron Rodgers?
Maybe a little. Yeah.
Put glasses and let his hair grow back out?
Mm-hmm.
That's some eye black, though.
Oh, that's eye black. I thought it was sunglasses.
I'm a Dunaway. I thought he was wearing sunglasses.
I did too. Now I can see
Seriously?
the eye black. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I see the eyes now. I did not see the eyes
I
at
didn't either.
first.
I thought he was wearing sunglasses.
Oh, wow.
Sunglasses.
You need your rangefinder for that.
Y'all do need rangefinders. I get it now. Here we go. Mars Inc. has introduced a new purple character to its lineup of M&Ms, but not a new purple color of the popular chocolate candy. Aptly named Purple, the new female character is coming aboard to help the company represent acceptance and inclusivity, according to the news release.
That's very important in my chocolate candies. I want them to all be inclusive.
I mean, does anybody even think about this?
No.
Now, it's M&M's first new character in a decade. The company said Purple's confidence, keen self-awareness, and authenticity give the character a quirky nature.
Yeah. I'm glad we have finally crossed this bridge in society.
Why are her eyebrows above her head?
It's very
It's
surprised.
like that building.
Thoughtful. She's thoughtful.
Yeah. Again, I don't.
Does it taste the same as all the rest
I'm
of them?
sure it does. I don't mind them adding color to it.
Really don't care.
Yeah. Okay, here's the one I told you about. What was the death ritual we were talking about earlier?
About dropping somebody in space.
Yeah, if we're on this mission to Mars and one of the astronauts died, we just fire them off into space. We don't really have room to store a body at that point. There's no morgue.
How about this one? The sky burial. It's the Tibetan practice of chopping up a body into little pieces, waiting for vultures to eat the flesh, and then smashing the bones until there's nothing left. Now, they say it's more practical than traditional burial because the soil in Tibet tends to be too hard and cold and certainly less wasteful.
You see you can imagine the first guy doing like, "What the hell are you doing to Tommy?" It's a ritual. We do this to everybody.
You're smashing his bones.
Yeah, you're eating vultures. You chopped them into little pieces. I'm honoring him.
Leave me alone here, please.
Yeah. But I do not like the amount of land we waste around the globe for grave sites.
That's why you're going to get cremated. Right?
Yeah, I think if we could go back in time, that would have been an excellent decision not to do that.
Yeah. We could
have
been doing this Tibetan thing from the get-go or burning people from the get-go.
I wish we had reimagined that from day one. Like, I don't think we had forward enough thinkers. Like, we got plenty of land. Just put them in the ground there.
Do you think there will be a day? I know people are making money on these plots. Do you think there'll be a day when, hey, look, we just don't have enough land.
Yeah.
Nobody can be buried anymore?
Yeah, everybody's got to be cremated now. Sorry.
Oh, they're going to be stacking, too. Like, we're going to have to put a burial on a burial. We got 6 feet to work with.
But once we get to that day, does it get generations down the list where we remove people's names from stadiums?
Yeah.
Because they're so far removed. Do you think there's a day where all these bodies get exhumed?
I mean, I think at some point, I've brought that up on the show before, if we can determine, like, Dunaway dies and we can't find any living relatives, do we go ahead and get rid of Dunaway? And that opens up another hole for somebody.
That's right. Pull me out, and there's nothing left in the box
That's right.
anymore.
Yeah, that's right. If nobody's willing, like, we even advertise
What's in the box? Not Dunaway.
Like, hey, Jim Dunaway is buried here at such and such cemetery, and if nobody says something in 30 days, we're going to exhume his body.
Claim him.
Yeah, somebody's got to come claim him.
Claim your dad.
Let me tell you one of the more creepy things. I mean, there's a million creepy things in Dahmer. But one of the things that I didn't know, again, it's a deep dive on his entire life.
Yeah.
He saw an obituary. He thought the guy was cute. So he went to the guy's wake and funeral. And then he went later that night and dug him up.
Ooh. Wow. By the way, Chad did not know this. He says the Birmingham Botanical Gardens is built on a pauper's cemeteries from the last century.
So it must be haunted, right?
Boy, high degree of haunted there, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Don't want to be there at night.
If we start digging up old graves and building stuff on it, the first place.
That's a good point.
The first place is right across the street from Bryant Denny Stadium.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, yes. Do you know what that land's worth?
How much is that land worth?
I bet you, here's what I would bet on that land. If you went to the next of kin of the people buried there, and they chopped up how much that's worth, you could probably get a deal done. I don't know how many people are in that cemetery, but that land is worth a bundle of money right next door to Bryant Denny Stadium.
How about it? And I've thought,
like, if you came to me and said, hey, look, your great uncle's buried there, $50,000, I'd be like, dig him up.
Yeah, didn't know the dude.
Dig him up.
Dig him right up.
Well, they're going to give him right to you. Put him in your back seat.
We're going to burn that.
He's your responsibility.
No, you put him in a garbage bag. I mean, I'd toss him in the dump, right?
David
but I'd go more than $50,000, man. You're selling short.
That's a great uncle. I didn't even know him.
Yeah, but you're selling short.
David makes a great point, though, Brownie. Jesus' resurrection may have been a different story if we were not just putting him in the tomb.
Literally left an empty tomb, though. Jesus was on board with this.
Yeah.
Cheese wants to know what's under dirt and hair.
Greatness.
Yeah. A lot of people say Indians.
If you think the Botanical Gardens was built.
Yes.
Okay, here's another one. Indonesian walking dead. Now, for the people of Indonesia, death is less of an event than a process, which can take years until the extended family can agree upon and marshal the resources necessary to hold a funeral ceremony. In the meantime, the deceased is considered merely sick or asleep and cared for much like a sick person would be, including being served meals. Once everyone agrees they're dead, the body is walked through town to their grave. I would make this decision quickly. I don't know.
I would agree with you.
Sometimes
completely.
it takes years. We don't know how we're going to do it. So
just keep walking the body.
You got to feed him.
Lance, you can't go to the game today. You've got to feed Jim, who's just asleep in the other room.
He just ate.
Boy, he looks tired. Every 5 to 7 years, some ethnic groups of Madagascar dig up their dead to party down with them in a ritual called
Famadihana.
Yeah, that sounds good. They give them a nice new shroud, update them on what's been going on since they've been gone.
So Alabama's won 2 championships.
And carry them above their heads while they dance till dusk when the bodies are buried with gifts of money and booze. Wouldn't the body fall apart if you're dancing around with it?
We don't think of it like that. Like the skull keeps coming. Like, come on, Tommy.
In India, the final one, it's since been outlawed, but it used to be considered the ideal womanly devotion for a widow to join her husband in his funeral, to the point that if she chickened out, she would often be, quote, helped back in.
So she's got
a funeral pyre.
She's got to kill herself.
Yeah, like where they're burning him up, like,
I'm in.
To honor your husband.
Yeah, well, you got to get in this fire.
I love how they're going to help. Will help you if you decide not to.
And sickness and death.
Yeah.
Greg, Storm Restoration Roofing, when Jim dies, I'm going to make him a fancy little top-of-the-line shingle roof over his tombstone. I'm not gonna be anywhere, so maybe just sprinkle me off of somebody's roof.
It'll never rain on Jim again.
Okay, finally. You guys like Little Debbie's, right?
I love Little Debbie's. Not all of them.
Do you like the Nutty Buddy?
Nope. Not
Love
a fan.
the Nutty Buddy.
Well, Kellogg's has teamed up with Little Debbie for the upcoming launch of Kellogg's Little Debbie Nutty Buddy cereal. The new Nutty Buddy inspired cereal offers crunchy cereal coated with fudge, meant to have a chocolatey and peanut butter aroma paired with chocolate and lightly roasted peanut butter flavors.
Yeah. See, I eat the Nutty Buddy when I don't have time for breakfast. I don't want to eat it.
It looks like dog biscuits.
It looks awful.
Yeah. Not a good one there, Little Debbie. That is trash, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. They've got a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence. No hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Just get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Greg, when I die, just use the roof you were going to build to plug the hole in the ozone. That'll help save humanity. Be a superhero out there today. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. When we come back, a little bit more college football. Well, I'll ask these guys the question I asked Luginbill about Kansas. And the top of the hour, Todd Fuhrman with all the big games straight ahead right here on the hour. That's brought to you by champyschicken.com. We're the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Back with you on the Next Round. Nichols Outfitters bringing you part of the show. We're about to hear from Mark Stoops, cut number 12 Rockstar. But first, Nichols Outfitters getting you ready for what's to come this holiday season.
Like dove season. It's on us right now. 12, 28, 20, 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells all in stock there at Nichols Outfitters. But you do need to hurry. Demand is high through dove season. They got it right now at Nichols, but you'll need to hurry and get there. Get set for dove season with the guys that know dove season and know the outdoors. Nichols Outfitters. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Always online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
What's the big image you took away from Kentucky Ole Miss? Will Levis's finger?
Well, that was one of them, yeah. Well, he got up and showed it to the official, like, are you not going to call a penalty? They dislocated my finger.
Yeah.
He got a grounding out of that, too, by the way.
I didn't know if he was, here's a picture of it. I didn't know if he was saying maybe they stepped on it when he was on the ground, or he thought maybe it was intentionally they stepped on it.
Maybe, I don't know.
I
just thought it was weird because he got called for the grounding and then gets up and shows his finger like, like, aren't you going to call something about this?
Here is Mark Stoops this week asked about Will Levis's finger.
I know Will finished the game, but how is the finger?
It's fine. I mean, I don't know. I mean, how would your finger be if it was sideways and you put it back in, and you know what I mean? But it doesn't need surgery, let's put it that way. So that's a great thing.
Doesn't tell me it's 100% either. That was not exactly a, if I'm a Kentucky fan, a comforting answer.
Yeah, and that's throwing hand. This is one of those games, South Carolina hasn't played well, and Spencer Rattler necessarily hasn't played well, but we know the kid's got talent. And Kentucky coming off that emotional loss, you just wonder how that crowd's going to be for South Carolina.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, Dunaway. Everybody that plays South Carolina is going to be worried that they're the game that Spencer Rattler puts it all together.
That's
and
right.
then all of a sudden they become a fairly tough out at that point.
They know what his roof, what his ceiling
That's right.
is or could be, and if he plays like that, they got a chance to beat just about anybody on their schedule.
Yeah, look, and I think offensively they can hang with Kentucky. Special teams, they might have an advantage. And, this could be one of those games. Kentucky's a 10.5-point favorite, but this could be a scary game for Kentucky.
Rockstar cut 6. Ole Miss has the challenge that Georgia had last week when they went to play at Missouri. Ole Miss is on the road at Vanderbilt. Now, if you don't think Lane Kiffin's not afraid to compare or take a little jab at his friend Kirby Smart, not just on a text, He uses Georgia, Missouri in this answer about getting ready for Vandy.
How do you teach your team not to overlook a team like Vanderbilt and not to buy into that rat poison coming off of a top 10 win?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time this morning on that. Just like last week, we said you got to prepare the same regardless. Last week everybody built up the game and everything and told them, well, it's faceless opponent. It's not just when you play a team that's, not ranked and that you're heavily favored with. It's both ways. And so that way you avoid playing like this. It happens every week. Like I told them, look at, I don't think anybody thought Georgia was going to go in and struggle like they just did at Missouri. So it happens every week. Every game's independent of each other. And now we teach them, as you see in our games, every quarter is independent of the quarter before, let alone the games before.
He's starting to handle himself a little bit better. Do you think his team can handle success the rest of the year?
Well, I think they can this week. I think this is a great time to catch Vandy. If you caught a little better opponent after all the buildup, I know it sounds crazy, they were just playing Kentucky, but all the buildup to that game, this could be a little trickier game, but they're a much better team than Vanderbilt. Even on the, I don't know what I'm about to say, on the road, it doesn't matter where you play Vanderbilt. It's not like they're more difficult to play in Nashville or Oxford. It's going to be the same either way.
Yeah, Klatt would tell you that.
One more.
Well, he's right on that case.
One more football game to talk about. Cut for rock star Brian Kelly. After I tell you about the great folks at the University of Montevallo, great place for your son or daughter to call home while in school. Montevallo.edu for all the details. Great class sizes. They're very small, so your son or daughter can succeed academically. Also, a beautiful campus life. Southern Living raves about the beauty of the campus. Small campus so they can enjoy their years in college at Montevallo. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu. Is this a shot at Auburn? Listen to Brian Kelly talk about the challenges ahead for this team as if they didn't need this last week at Jordan-Hare.
It's pretty clear this team plays with great heart, and they'll fight. But heart and fight will not win games against the opponents that we're going to have over the next month or so. We're going to have better execution. We're going to have to coach better. And those things we're going to have to be on display starting this weekend against an outstanding Tennessee football team.
Heart and fight was fine this past week.
Yeah,
we're going to need to play better moving forward.
Heart and fight, how does that beat Mississippi State? I don't know. I think LSU, and I don't know how they got down 17-0. I think maybe the environment just overwhelmed them, and Jaden Daniels didn't play really that well. But I think LSU's a pretty good team.
I think they are, but Auburn, I mean, you can't take away turnovers. Turnovers happen for a reason. But, boy, you take away those, maybe even two of those Auburn turnovers, and you just feel like maybe it's a different outcome in that game. I think turnovers by Auburn is what really decided that game.
Driving to take the lead when they did the flea flicker interception.
Well, that was a stupid play call. And LSU created some of those turnovers. I'm not saying they had no hand in it. But still, those turnovers, that was the difference in the game.
Fuhrman at the top of the hour to talk about all the big games coming up. This guy under the hat here, some of the fastest growing turf this side of the Super Bowl.
Okay.
This guy right here.
It was one of the weirder setups.
This hair right here. Yeah. Dr. B's got
hey, look, we'll give you an update. I met with Dr. B last week going through the results that we found 6 months after I started the treatment. Look, with age, for most comes hair loss. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. It's a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Excited to get these results back tonight, and I can share them with you guys tomorrow. Dr. B, for more than 20 years, has a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures for men and women. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Todd Fuhrman from the desert talking about all the big games in just a second. Week 6 of college football. Aaron Judge gets 62 last night. The Braves clinch the National League East. Playoffs start on Friday. One more meaningless day of regular season baseball today. The day off for everybody on Thursday. And then we start the short series everywhere around the leagues, unless you get the bye like the Braves, on Friday, Saturday, and if necessary on Sunday coming up this weekend. Bryce Young, day-to-day still. Nick Saban says he is doing some things in practice, but is still day-to-day. That from the SEC teleconference earlier. Those headlines brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
Hey, don't forget, lawn care is still going on right now. You may think my lawn of the spring and summer is made in the spring and summer. You think incorrectly. The proper shutdown in the fall season is what makes the spring and summer lawn possible. So you need to get the right nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil and the root system. Wayne's EnviroLawn can do that for you. Call 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR for the next round and save 1 month free of EnviroLawn from Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR and save. Todd Fuhrman with us now from the desert. Former odds maker at Caesars Palace, now with BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Rockstar, I hit the wrong button and hung up on him. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where we find Todd Fuhrman. In just a moment, he'll be with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
As always, when the CBS folks get a big doubleheader weekend, 2:30 primetime, the 11 o'clock window is fantastic. Texas, Oklahoma this week. Michigan, Indiana in that window. TCU and Kansas in that window.
Yep.
Tennessee, LSU. Arkansas, Mississippi State in that window early on.
Yeah, Fuhrman back with us. That is on me. Fuhrman, my first day with fingers. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. I mean, I've never hosted a radio show myself. I imagine someone that's got as many hours behind the board as you do wouldn't make those kind of mistakes there, Brownie. I'm a little disappointed in your antics.
Everybody has a bad game, Fuhrman. You know that. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. When Vegas is giving us the Bama Texas A&M line, who are they making the assumption are the two starting quarterbacks in this game?
You know what's funny? We actually had that debate today, and we broke the game down on the Bet the Board podcast. And some of my colleagues believe that it suggests that we will indeed see Bryce Young out there under center. For me, I don't make nearly as big a downgrade if Young can't go in this particular matchup, given how bad Texas A&M has been against the run. I'm almost convinced that Bama would have to throw the ball 3 to 5 times and would still be able to have a high level of success. We saw them begin to unleash Jahmyr Gibbs last week. We saw what they could do against Arkansas, which doesn't provide much resistance. But A&M hasn't exactly been stout in the trenches. Now, I know they've played a very difficult schedule, but at the same time, getting back to your original question, I think this is with Bryce Young in there. What's more interesting is that the total really doesn't quite indicate who odds makers believe will be under center for Alabama.
So do you think it's Max Johnson on the other side? Do you think that hand is healed?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really doesn't matter, honestly, for A&M. If they were smart, I'd probably play Haynes King because he at least gives you a puncher's chance when the offensive line serves to be Matador so he could run for his life.
Yeah.
Max Johnson is sitting duck, but we have seen Max play halfway decently in the past against Alabama, but obviously much bigger concerns as far as point spread implications are concerned with who Alabama will have out there other than A&M.
You know, 2 weeks ago, Oklahoma's probably a 7+ point favorite. We've seen their defense completely implode the last 2 weeks. But same question, Texas, Oklahoma. Is this number indicative at all of who they think is going to be starting at quarterback for both Texas and Oklahoma?
So interesting on this game, if you would have had a chance to bet it during the summer, which everybody did, you were looking at Texas a 7-point underdog in this particular game. Coming into the season, for me, I made the game closer to 3 with Alabama installed as a short favorite. But to your point, LT, Oklahoma has definitely disappointed a heck of a lot more than Texas so far. And it's not just losing games, it's the way that they lost last week against TCU. When you give up 4 touchdowns of 60+ and you have former players starting to point fingers about will they even be able to get this defense figured out. Now, as far as the numbers concerned, this tells me that Dillon Gabriel is a long shot to be out there under center for Oklahoma. And it suggests that Quinn Ewers will probably start for Texas. Now, given what we've seen from Hudson Card, though, I only make about a 1 to 1.5 point adjustment for the change in quarterback there. Dillon Gabriel to Davis Beville and some of the other quarterbacks that Oklahoma has, that's more substantial. That's in that 6 to 7 range. With so many questions swirling here, I think it's favorite or pass if you want to get involved here. The one tricky part is that this series has been extremely close, and regardless of who's been favored, largely Oklahoma, they've now played 9 straight one-possession games, and we saw a ridiculous comeback last year. So you may have a little bit of an appetite for OU, but if Gabriel's a officially ruled out, this number is only going to continue to climb.
Todd, I like Tennessee to stick the landing and get to the Alabama game unbeaten. 11 o'clock Baton Rouge against LSU straight out of game day. But I get the feeling there's some wavering on the desk with me here. What do you think of the Volunteers' trip to the Bayou?
You know, for me, the number here, I don't see a whole lot of value. I have Tennessee inside my top 10 this year and LSU right outside the top 10. So if you're making the adjustments for home field advantage, and I know we kind of talked a little bit about it, I think last week, difference between a day game and a night game at Tiger Stadium. If this game was at night, you would have to add about 1.5 points, maybe upwards of 2 points to LSU's power number in this particular spot. A little bit of a different dynamic with the early kickoff, Tennessee having the schedule advantage coming in off the bye. From an X's and O's standpoint, LSU was extremely fortunate to win last weekend, one of the lowest win expectancies that we've seen in college football in quite some time. They needed that defensive score to kind of spark their offense and to get them going. And if Jaden Daniels goes 8 of 20 again in this spot, I just don't see how LSU has the firepower. Now, Brian Kelly has said the right things. He claims the defense will be a little bit more buttoned up, and Tennessee can be vulnerable in its secondary. For me, though, I just don't like the matchup. No value in the number, but I would lean Tennessee. Probably will not be a game that I tangle with.
Fuhrman, like most gamblers, I'm very superstitious, and I just went on a bad run of these early games. The 9 o'clock kicks for you, 11 for us. Do you ever have troubles with the early games, the early slate?
Every now and again it's a little bit different because I think so much of what we do for handicapping college football and even college basketball to a lesser extent is trying to get inside the minds of these 18 to 20-year-olds and figuring out from a psychological standpoint who gets the edge and how those things will work. Typically, when you're playing earlier in the day and you're a home team, if you start slowly, I've seen in the past that it can typically snowball on you because the crowd's looking for a reason to not pay attention. They're not necessarily going to be as energetic to get you back into the mix. But the reality of it is, LT, other than superstition and us being gamblers and our brains playing jokes on us, I don't think there's any discernible trends as far as sides, totals, underdogs, favorite roles, or anything along those lines, other than making sure you make minor adjustments based on home field advantage given time of day.
Todd Fuhrman with us, bettheboardpodcast.com. Also, former oddsmaker for Caesars Palace. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter is where you find him on Twitter, at Todd Fuhrman. Is UCLA a paper tiger? And now they're catching points. Utah coming to UCLA, but really the only good win they have is Washington. I did think that was impressive, but they are a 4.5-point dog at home to Utah.
An extremely intriguing game and arguably one of the most fascinating of the day for me to try and continue to wrap my head around what this Pac-12 pecking order will look like. And there's also a battle taking place in the betting market here. Utah opened at 3, and there were a lot of folks out there that said this number is way too short when you consider Washington was priced the same way. And there's nobody out there that has Washington and Utah listed as a pick'em on a neutral field. Number got as high as 4.5, and that's where there was started to be significant resistance earlier today. And you're seeing 3.5, kind of the consensus price tag here. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is always the X factor with UCLA, and the quarterback we saw Friday night against Washington was outstanding. Didn't turn the ball over, used his legs to extend plays, and threw for over 300 yards. When I look at Utah, there are some concerns I have with this Utes team, knowing that they haven't been nearly as good defensively away from home as we've seen at Rice-Eccles Stadium. They're down one of their key cogs offensively in a tight end, which I think changes some of what they can do offensively. And the bigger issue for them is that they haven't been able to run the ball consistently. Tavion Thomas, their lead back, has been bottled up at times, and it's been all about Cam Rising's development. So this is a game that I don't really have strong convictions on. I actually made the game 3.5, so I'm perfectly comfortable with where the market sits, but I'm definitely going to watch this and figure out which of these teams is for real and which of these teams may be significantly flawed going forward.
A loss to Texas A&M and then to Alabama. What do you make of what was a really highly thought of Arkansas team now playing at Mississippi State, who seems to have found their rhythm now?
I think this is an Arkansas team that has way more questions defensively than I ever anticipated coming into the year. And when I watched them week 1 in its entirety against Cincinnati, and they gave up a couple big plays over the top, I attributed that more to inexperience and just communication breakdowns. But that's something that we've seen week in, week out right now. And even last week, when they got back in the game against Alabama, they provided zero resistance on the ground. The big question with this game is the status of KJ Jefferson. Sam Pittman earlier today said Jefferson hasn't practiced this week, so I think it's suffice to say that we all have to operate under the assumption that he won't be out there, and that's kind of what the betting market tells us. Is this number opened as low as 6, we're out to 9, and the total started to tick down a little bit today with that news. I think it's a lay it or don't play it type scenario. I typically don't love backing teams in the wake of a big performance like we saw from Mississippi State last week. But amazing to think, if it wasn't the fourth quarter against LSU, we'd be talking about this Bulldogs team being undefeated and living up to preseason expectations where I actually had them inside my top 12.
Okay, the Bulldog team that looked invincible the first 3 weeks, Georgia, the last couple of weeks, they've been really shaky, laying 29.5. I'm going to assume this is the biggest number in this rivalry's history. I could be wrong on that. But this seems like a body bag type game for Auburn coming on the road for the first time this year.
Shaky may be kind, given what we saw from Georgia, who we thought had a wake-up call with the sluggish effort at Sanford Stadium against Kent State. They followed up on the road, and if Missouri makes an extra play or two, we have arguably one of the biggest upsets we've had in quite some time, given the national championship chase implications with the defending champions in Georgia. But you look at this game here, Auburn is going to have a real difficult time moving the football. I'm not going to be fooled by Robbie Ashford's performance last week where he threw for more than 300 yards against LSU. Somewhere along the way, Georgia's going to get back to doing what they do best, and that's stifling you on defense, even without Jerron Carter defensively, and being able to move the football consistently on the offensive side. There was a little bit of noise in those numbers. Georgia was better in the second half than the final score indicated. And, yeah, I would want no part of Auburn here. I'm a little bit surprised, though, this total hasn't ticked down some. Obviously, a correlation between Georgia covering the number and Auburn not scoring. So I could see a little favorite under correlated parlay here if you so desired.
Washington State, USC, BYU, Notre Dame, Clemson, Boston College, Florida State, NC State. Get the thoughts from Fuhrman at Bet the Board Podcast. One more college game before we flip the script. Oregon and Arizona, late night Pac-12 network. Are you starting to put Bo Nix in your Heisman conversation?
Bo Nix has not yet entered the chat for Heisman contention just yet. But at the same time, I have been mildly impressed with the way Oregon has rebounded nicely from that potentially debilitating loss week one against Georgia, which I think was more about the Bulldogs than anything that Coach Lanning was trying to build. I look at the Pac-12 pecking order, and for me, I actually think Oregon has an excellent chance to win this conference. Now, do I think they go out there and blow Arizona away as nearly a 2-touchdown favorite in this spot? Probably not. But at the same time, I think both these offenses are going to have a tremendous amount of success moving the football against their defensive counterparts. And when I look at the total at 70.5, the only way for me to look would be going over Pac-12 After Dark in a game that 9 people across the country will be able to watch on Pac-12 Network.
If I see these right, I see to win the World Series, Dodgers 3-1, Stros 4-1, Braves and Yankees 5-1. Do I have those right? And give me your thoughts on the baseball overall, just on the baseball postseason coming up.
You know, it all depends on which book you're looking at. And so, obviously, if you look around some spots, you can find the Braves upwards of 7-1. This new playoff format, I think, is going to be very interesting because the one thing we've seen from baseball players in the past is they're all creatures of habit. So now suddenly you allow these teams playing the extra wild card series, even if they have to burn through some of their top arms, a chance to build some of that momentum. And it's even in the one-game eliminations that we saw in the wild card in the past, you typically have one of those teams steal a series. So for me, if I'm trying to look and identify a little bit of value on the betting board, the team that I would try and circle would be the San Diego Padres. It's a team that struggled for extended stretches late in the season, or I was going to say right around the trade deadline, but has been playing better baseball, and it's flying under the radar a little bit unnoticed. I think their pitching staff is underrated offensively. They're significantly better than the Mets, and while the Mets have a huge edge in starters, it wouldn't shock me at all if the Padres are able to win that series and make a little bit of noise in the National League, because I think the Dodgers are flawed as well.
You know, I'm interested to get your thoughts on Philadelphia and the NFL, the Eagles, the last unbeaten team. Do you think that team's good enough to make it to the Super Bowl?
I think they've answered a lot of the questions early on, and the one nice thing that Philadelphia has working for them, when you dig into their schedule, it's about as easy as it gets by NFL standards. I mean, you try and go through the upcoming opponents here. You get Dallas and Pittsburgh at home, road games at Indianapolis and Houston. I mean, other than the Christmas Eve game against the Cowboys, that may be the first time that we see the Philadelphia Eagles installed as an underdog during the course of the regular season going forward. I want to see more from Jalen Hurts. I think he's starting to get significantly more comfortable leading the offense. He's shown an ability to spread it around. And Philadelphia found another gear last week. They spot Jacksonville that 14-0 lead early. They put their foot to the accelerator in the second quarter and are able to suck the life out of you. So I think Philadelphia is the real deal, especially in an NFC that's lacking a true runaway favorite.
All right, bettheboardpodcast.com is the website, bettheboardpodcast.com. Follow Fuhrman on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman, the former odds maker at Caesars Palace. Enjoy the games, Fuhrman. We always appreciate the time.
Hey, always a pleasure, gentlemen. You guys do the same this weekend.
All right, buddy. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is how you support Fuhrman. He was with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
And as we always tell you, Lance will send out a live lock, both video on our video platforms, but also from his Twitter account at the Lance Taylor. And it's brought to you every day by our friends at Hemphill. Hemphill Services, wanting to make sure that your plumbing, cooling, and heating working right when you need it, and that's every day. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill, the ones you trust to fix it right, and fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. Birmingham's trusted Hemphill since 1954. You should too. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. We've got football tonight, SMU and UCF. That's 6 o'clock on ESPN2. When we come back, we'll jump into 4 downs today. LT has that for us. And we roll forward a little bit later on with Bryant Vincent, who will join us at 12:35 to talk a little UAB football. Big home game with Middle Tennessee coming to town. All that still to come right now on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Hey, don't forget, Bud Light game night is tomorrow night. Innisfree, Tuscaloosa. Come hang out with us in T-Town for the big game this weekend. We're there 5 to 7 in the afternoon. 5 to 7 into your early evening. 5 to 6 on our video platform. If you can't make it to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, you can watch us there. We'll do an Ask Us Anything show to get started for the weekend. Then 6 to 7, we've got Bud Light special drinks. Plus, we've got the Bud Light prizes we'll give away. And, of course, you've seen the Ghost cans behind us here. The energy drinks from our friends at Adams Beverage. Ghost, the official energy drink now. 0 sugar of the next round.
Yeah, that'll get you going. I had one last week. I had the tropical mango, but we've got some being delivered up here right now.
Oh, look out.
Right now? Instantly?
As we speak?
Well, I mean, within the hour.
Yeah.
Within the hour. All right, 4 downtime, but first
Real
round.
quick, I was going to say, Jimbo Fisher is now officially listed on the teleconference. Max Johnson is day-to-day. So both Bryce Young and Max Johnson today by their head coaches being called day-to-day. I'm kind of with Fuhrman. Haynes King's a turnover machine, but he's at least mobile.
Yep. He could give you a Zach Calzada-like night if he has the best night of his life.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't think Zach. I mean, boy, Max Johnson with Turner and Anderson, whew, I would not want that.
All right. Vulcan Tires brings you 4 downs every day, 4 locations, and one soon in Pell City.
Yeah, one soon coming to Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More combined touchdowns this weekend. Hendon Hooker at LSU, or whoever quarterbacks for Alabama against A&M.
Ooh, I'd go whoever, especially if I get Jalen Milroe's runs.
Yeah. Do I get 2 people? Like, do I get
Yeah, you can have
Milroe and Ty
combination.
Simpson?
Yeah.
Do I get Bryce and Milroe and Ty Simpson if it comes to a really big blowout?
You know, another thing I like about Milroe, too, in that discussion is he's big enough you'll run quarterback sneaks with him, you would imagine. I assume he could take a snap under center, but even out of the shotgun that you might not get out of Bryce Young.
Yeah, so I'm going to roll with the Alabama combo.
Yeah, and look, and I think Alabama's going to win this game probably big. On the other side, I lean LSU wins that game.
I think Tennessee wins it, but if LSU wins it or to keep it competitive, it's got to be a low-scoring game.
Yeah.
They got to slow that down.
Second down.
Who scores more points Saturday? Ohio State and East Lansing against Michigan State, or Georgia at home against Auburn?
I'm going to take Georgia against Auburn here, though. I was hanging my hat on the Auburn defense for a while. I think traditionally, Ohio State and Michigan State, even when Michigan State's very average, like they could be this year, that's just, if Klatt's listening, that's just a tough place to play.
Leota's a big loss, though, for Auburn. I mean, that guy was making a difference on defense, and just that random injury to start the LSU game has him out for the year.
And dare I say that the offenses seem to come all back to their norm. Ohio State, great offensive week last week. Now on the road to Michigan State. Georgia, bad offense last week. They got to prove something at home this week.
I guess so. I feel like a get-right game's coming for Georgia, but Michigan State's just not very good.
Yeah, I think I would take Ohio State.
I think I would, too.
Because of the elite.
Yep.
And I go back to what Fuhrman said. I agree with him. I would play Georgia and the under, which puts Auburn under 10 points scored.
Which is very believable.
Yeah, I could see Auburn get shut out
All
in this
10 of
game.
those in the first half, presumably.
Third down.
What happens first again? Someone hits 62-plus home runs, or an NFL team goes 17-0?
62. And we've seen 17-0 one time. We've seen 62 plus how many times now?
17-0 seems hard. I mean, we're 4 weeks in, and it's only the Eagles left.
Yeah.
And would anybody be shocked? I mean, where does Philadelphia play this week?
At
Arizona. Would anybody be shocked if Arizona beats them this week?
Not
it's
at
the
all.
NFL.
Now, Arizona plays better on the road than they do at home, but it's only a 5.5 point number.
I mean, 15 teams are 2-2 in the NFL out of 32 teams.
But everybody, not everybody, there was a lot of talk about the Bills maybe even challenging this. They lose week 3 in Miami, and then week 4, they're dead in Baltimore and have to come all the way back. It is so hard to do in the NFL.
Yeah, in baseball, we're about to put in a pitch clock, which is going to speed up the pitchers pitching. They can't rest as much in between pitches. They've got to speed up their cadence and everything. More mistakes, more flat pitches, more home runs. I'll go 62.
Well, and guys are getting bigger and stronger. And pitchers, with the velocity, I mean, that also helps coming off the bat.
Yeah.
So, I would go 62, too. I think we'll see a few of those over the next couple of years.
4th down.
Kate Winslet, 47 today. If I asked you better career, Kate Winslet or Christina Aguilera?
Well, you wanting me to say Christina Aguilera because you used to love her.
I did.
Yeah. She was Ariana Grande before there was Ariana Grande.
Winslet's not a one-hit wonder, especially with Mayor of Easttown, which also stars your boy that plays Dahmer.
No.
Evan Peters.
Yeah.
He's a great actor. I would say Kate Winslet, Titanic. I know she's known for that.
Yeah.
Really
It's her most famous line in there, draw me like one of your French girls.
Yeah. And what was the Life of David Gale?
Was she in that?
She was the investigator or the reporter that was taking the story.
Okay. No, she's been in a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, Little Children.
Problem with a
Reader.
marriage, and she meets a guy in the park, and they go back and they have sex on the washer and dryer down in the basement.
I mean, that.
That's Little Children.
Is that Little Children?
Yeah.
Don't know the name of the movie.
Rockstar washer
That's what they were making. That's what they were making.
Washer and dryer.
No, but she's got
they did the whole cycle.
Yeah. She's got an Academy Award. She's got Emmy. She's got multiple Golden Globes. Aguilera, if she was still performing, she's just kind of disappeared.
I know it's awkward, but I remember that scene because of the exposed pipe.
Yeah.
Not the one you're thinking of, Rockstar, the one that she's holding on to.
Yeah.
That'd be the up above her head.
Yeah.
My God.
Wow, above her head.
It's like a ride.
She is. How do you not remember the name of the movie and that's all you remember?
Have you met this guy? She probably had her shoes off, too.
She did. No, she didn't have anything on, Brown.
She didn't have anything.
It was like that girl getting pinned against the tree. And what's your show?
Yeah, Bridgerton. You never bring that up. It's so weird.
That is 4 Downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th location. Oh, and Aguilera does do Waze. Did you not know that?
That's her voice on Waze?
Yep.
I don't ever use the voice.
You know what's weird is I don't get this. Like, how do you do?
Brown is so good. He doesn't need the audio version.
I can't say anything with this guy
I
sitting
can read
here.
the map myself. I don't need.
Well, I can't. I don't want somebody saying turn right in 80 feet, turn
the
right
worst
in
is-
60
Here's the
feet, turn
thing,
right in 30
Waze,
feet.
I mean, how many streets are there in America?
A lot.
I'm sure they'd probably do an algorithm where, like, if it's Chestnut and Beach Street, like, turn left on Chestnut Street.
Yeah, I was just wondering how they did it.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty amazing. Anyway, 4 locations, soon to be that 5th location. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
I think there is a way to. Brown, Rockstar,
Kevin.
do I need the GPS? No, we don't need it.
Kevin says Brown doesn't need the points or the GPS.
Well, he's got his rangefinder, too, that he can.
I don't need a rangefinder. I can see where that hole is. That's about.
I think there's a
106
setting
yards.
you can, like, it limits the number of cues you get. Like, it won't tell you,
What are you talking about?
on the Waze. I think you said it where it gives you less verbal cues.
Yeah, there's one where it was connected to your watch. I mean, it is like turn left in 600 feet,
it's
turn left
so
in 500
annoying.
feet,
Yeah,
turn
I
left
don't-
in
I
400
don't-
feet.
I don't want all that.
And your watch buzz like, I'm not doing this. I get it.
Yeah, you got Corey's with me. I just mute it. I use it, but I mute it.
All right, when we come back, we talk UAB football with head coach Bryant Vincent, who joins us in the show. The show is being brought to you in part today by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Several poll questions out from yesterday are winding down as we speak. You can go online and vote at nextroundlive.com, and it's brought to you by Cowan.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Hey, Lansdale, to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
2:30 Protective Stadium. We need you, UAB fans. Home game against Middle Tennessee State. Blazers needing a big bounce-back win this weekend. Our interview every week with head coach Bryant Vincent is brought to you by the great folks at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
And the coach with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
Doing good today, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. How do you, and I know you've done this for a very long time, but how do you, is it a feel thing as a coach when it's time to turn the page from a loss? You've gotten everything out of that you can and focus on the next game. How do you know when it's just the right time to move on?
It's really got to be the right time by 1:30, that Monday team meeting at 1:30, because we're really going forward. It's the next. You know what I mean? It's next. It's been Middle Tennessee since 1:30 Monday. You know, and that was a tough loss. You know, let's be honest. Let's be real. That was tough. That one hurt. You know, we walked in the locker room and our team was hurt. You know, they played extremely hard. We prepared hard. Just had a couple, you know, some mistakes right there. They really cost us. The 2 turnovers was a big part in that game that we just can't do, and we know that. And that kind of swung the momentum back. But you've got to be able to move forward because, hey, it's a long season. It's next game up, because you can't let one loss affect you in the next game where it carries over to be a second loss.
You mentioned the 2 turnovers, and another problem that seemed to plague UAB going back to last year, even in wins, Coach, were the penalties, and 12 more penalties this past week against Rice. I mean, it's easy to say we're going to clean them up. I mean, how do you clean up penalties?
The one thing we did, we started back in fall camp, the first day of fall camp, and we've got judges, we got officials all over the field, and anytime it looked like a penalty, we threw it, and we did push-ups right then, and we went right to the next play. We, 5 up, now let's go. And if you look at the 3 games prior to that, I felt like we had made improvement, and it was shown and it was proven. And then we get into the Rice game, and it was a flag fest, man. Let's just be honest. It was a flag fest. They were over 20, was it 22 penalties, 23 penalties?
22 penalties.
We were never really a flow because there was always a stoppage in the game because of penalties. And, it's something that we've prepared hard for. We've worked hard on. We continue to do that day in and day out. That's not that's not who we want to be. That's not who we are. And we're going to continue to work on that daily to make sure that is minimized.
Our conversation on UAB, brought to you by Legacy Credit Union, is a big weekend, 2:30, not only for UAB on the football field, but also in the stadium. It's the annual Children's Harbor game, and Coach, 92 patients will be there as well. You got the special uniforms that will help raise awareness and funding for Children's Harbor. What do you take away from this game? What does it mean to you and the people inside that locker room?
It's a very special game. It's something that we take a lot of pride in as a program, that we're very passionate about. To have the opportunity to have these 92 patients for this season, these 92 patients, and I guess the best way to say it is we also have names on the back of our jerseys of patients that aren't here anymore. And for our players to go out there and play for these families, to play for these patients, and to honor them during this game and really during this week. And then to be also to go out there and to play in the memory of patients that aren't here with us is something that's special to us. We tell our team all the time, ever since really 17, when Coach Clark started this tradition that I think is one of the best traditions in college football, that we get the opportunity to go out there and play for something that's bigger than us, to be able to bring joy and happiness, and to take these patients' minds away from their struggles and away from the real life adversity that they're facing is special. We get to go out there and play for them and honor them, as a team, and for this town and for Children's Harbor and these families. I don't know how it can be any better than that.
Coach Bryant Vincent with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It is also homecoming, Coach, and I'm curious, as a coach, do you feel a little extra pressure knowing that the alums are back, a lot of former players are back? It's an important game to fans.
It really is, and it's not only is it homecoming, it's the next conference game, it's homecoming, it's Children's Harbor game, and every game is big, but I think it just spices things up. It makes it more exciting. I told our team Monday in the 1:30 minute, this is going to have a championship feel to it now. This game's going to have a championship feel because we've got a really good Middle Tennessee State team coming in. Last time we played them was 2018 when we beat them in the conference championship with Children's Harbor homecoming. Next conference game at home on 2:30 afternoon game. The weather's going to be phenomenal. It's going to be a great atmosphere. It's something that our kids are excited about, and we're looking forward to this challenge.
Well, we know Middle Tennessee State, they've already got the upset where they really ran Miami off the field, especially in the second half of that game. But their strong suit is what you guys do well. You guys run the football well. They stop the run. They're 30th nationally, only giving up 107 yards per game. What do you see on the film with Middle Tennessee State?
Okay, so you're exactly right, Lance. You know, these guys, I see a top 10 defense coming into town Saturday, and that's what we said Monday. If you look at their statistics, okay, and yeah, they went out and they beat up Miami. They physically handled Miami. Now, you watch a film and you really study it, obviously, which we have, you see that they've given up 106 yards a game rushing. Now they're giving up 285 throwing because the mentality and the philosophy of their defense is they're going to put 8 and 9 guys in the box to stop your run. Those safeties are sitting at 8 to 9 yards depth with a 4-3 box. So there's 9 guys that are going to be hanging around the box. They've got 19 sacks on the season. 19. They average 9 tackles for loss per game. So they're living in the backfield. Their defensive front is extremely powerful. They're active. They've got 9 interceptions on the season. That's top 10 in the country. So you're looking at a defense that's very aggressive. Their philosophy is throw us to beat us. They're going to pressure you. He's a 68% pressure guy. So he's going to put a lot of guys up there, and he's going to bring them. You know, we've seen more zero blitz from Middle Tennessee this year than in the first 5 games than we did all last season. So, you know, he's going to heat us up. He's going to put his corners on an island. They're going to challenge us to make us to throw the football.
I would imagine your message to them also this week is our goals are still out there. It's just one conference loss, and there's no divisions anymore. So the path to the playoffs are still there if you take care of business. Do you feel like that that is something you can hang your hat on as you build towards this weekend and the rest of the conference schedule?
100%. 100%. You know, we feel like we're backed in a corner. You know, we put ourselves down 0-1 because we're about playing for championships here and winning championships. So the reality of the situation is right now we're 0-1 in conference. We've got a great team coming in Middle Tennessee this Saturday. This is a championship game, and we've got everything in front of us. You know, we've been here, you know, unfortunately we've been here before. And it's the thing about it, the reality of it is when you're in the situation we're in, you find out what you're about. You find out what your team's made of. Are we tight? Are we close? Do we stick together? Do we believe in what we're doing? Are we going to press forward? And you really define yourself as a team through the struggles.
All right, he is Coach Bryant Vincent. It is homecoming, 2:30, Middle Tennessee at Protective Stadium. Go out and support the Blazers for the Children's Harbor game, homecoming, big conference game, everything there Saturday downtown. Coach, we appreciate the time. Good luck this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me. Go Blazers.
All right, buddy. Thank you. That is Coach Bryant Vincent with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And as always, our interview with Coach is brought to you by Legacy Credit Union. Legacy is who you can depend on, and they've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. Brownie?
Someone named Kelly Ford does something each week called the What If rankings, and it's basically, it's kind of funny to look at. What he bases this on is what if every one possession or overtime game went the opposite way. Texas is number 1 in the country at 5-0. They've lost a one possession game to Alabama and an overtime game to Texas Tech. The reason I bring it up is he's got UAB ranked 24th. They've lost 2 one possession games.
So wait, where would he have Texas ranked?
Number 1 because they're 5-0.
I told you so.
I know. Alabama would be number 12 at 4-1 because it goes the other way too. You lose your one possession games.
Yeah, it goes the opposite way each way. Interesting thing that to keep an eye on throughout the year. Fun day, 2:30 UAB Protective Stadium, that Children's Harbor game. Part of the show today being brought to you by the folks we called first when we started this project about 15 months ago. That's Simpio.
Yeah, Simpio, the reason we called them is because we had no idea the 4 pillars they take care of, the BS in every single office. It's compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you will gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There is no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
All right, coming up, one more segment to go. Our final thoughts of the day.
Includes a couple other things that we really want to get out there before we're done, and we'll talk a little bit more about SMU UCF tonight as we head to break here. A couple of notes from the NFL. Dak Prescott still having a grip issue, according to owner Jerry Jones, as they get ready for a game this weekend. Who does Dallas have this weekend?
The Rams.
We got the Rams. It is the Fox. It's the game we'll be getting on Fox 6 here locally.
Yeah,
the main national game.
Yeah, look, the Rams have got serious problems on that offensive line. I mean, they're down 4 starters right now, and they're down to their third-string center, so that's going to be difficult against that really good Dallas defense that pressures you. But I like the Rams in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, if Cooper Rush plays, he's never lost.
Yeah.
He's 4-0 as a starter, once with the other team, now 3-0 with the Cowboys. But as soon as Dak can play, you go back to Dak, right?
Oh, you have to. I mean, you're paying Dak a ton of money. He's viewed as a top 10 quarterback in this league. So, yeah, you got to go back to Dak. What would be interesting, you go back to Dak, he plays poorly. Then what do people say?
Then you're looking over your shoulder. And you got Colts and Broncos on Thursday Night Football on the prime game. That is Russell Wilson, who is expecting to play after he was banged up last week, and Jonathan Taylor expected to play after he was banged up.
He's just been ruled out.
Just now?
Yeah.
And I was about to say the bigger
Breaking
concern
news.
is Jonathan Taylor, because there is the sore shoulder with Russell Wilson. He felt like he was going to be able to play. Jonathan Taylor, not only the high ankle sprain, but also turf toe. I mean, he's dealing with a couple of things.
It's going to be a little bit for him probably with that turf toe.
so.
Armando Salguero just tweeted 2 minutes ago that Taylor's ruled out for that game.
I just
tomorrow
read
night
this morning at 8:30 that he was in.
He had a bad couple hours apparently.
Tell Armando to send it to me before he tweets it. All right. We've got one more segment to go here. Part of our show being brought to you by the people that bring you drinks with Dunaway every week. It is Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, a great way to enjoy your cocktail. Kick it up a notch with our friends at Redmond.
What is the cocktail this week?
I don't know. Taylor's going to tell me probably about 15 seconds before we do it.
Went with the 12th man last week, a little nod to the Seattle Seahawks and that fan base. Look, Redmond Vodka is locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available in your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF will provide information to help the clients and families find programs for unique individuals with traumatic brain injury and spinal cord injuries. Find out how you can help at ahif.org. That's ahif.org. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Final segment of the show brought to you by a couple of great folks, Greystone Chiropractic and Gutter Cap. Let's hear about Greystone first before we show you a couple of things that Forrester has for us.
Yeah, my guy, Dr. Lee, Greystone Chiropractic, can get you straightened out. Listen, you know, I got a little bit of a tricky neck. I got a couple of herniated discs, so I got to keep properly aligned. We do that with Dr. Lee at Greystone Chiropractic. He keeps me well aligned. He's taking care of my whole family, so you can trust him as well. GreystoneChiropractor.com. That is GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090, 981-8090. Just off 280, Tattersall Park 119. Check out Element Wellness. They got a lot of things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, all of that. Greystone Chiropractic, GreystoneChiropractor.com.
We appreciate our friendship with Connor O'Gara and the folks at Saturday Down South. This is a Saturday Down South story pointing out the buyout. Should Texas A&M pay or fire Jimbo Fisher at the end of each of these seasons? At the end of this year, LT, it's only $85.950 million.
What a deal.
Boy, I know we've said this before. I would love to be fired, though, if I'm Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, I would, too. I mean, next year it's $76 million. To live through this 3 more full years, counting this year, end of 2024, it's still $67. You don't get under $50 million until the end of the 2026 season.
It's to the point, Brown, he's not going to make it 4 more years, and it's like we're going to give him 58, we're going to give him 85. Let's cut some kind of deal with him.
Yeah. Well, help me remember. It was basically the tenuous nature of Ed Orgeron's job that got him this extension, right? Now, Orgeron had not been fired, but I think people knew Orgeron was squarely on the hot seat.
Yes.
And Jimmy Sexton basically parlayed,
the AD who had hired Jimbo went back to LSU.
Scott Woodward, right, was back at LSU, and basically Jimmy Sexton convinced A&M, you don't want Orgeron to get fired with your guy not being under a solid contract.
That's right. If A&M came to Jimbo and said, right now, $40 million, one payment, one check right now, $40 million, not stretched out through 2031. We want to make a change we got these great recruiting classes that we've lined up for you, that we bought for you, and we got all the facilities that we paid for you, but we want a different coach other than you. Here's $40 million, one payment, and you've got no restrictions.
I think he would take it
somewhere
for
else.
this reason. I think now in year 5, he's really starting to hear criticism. I think the A&M fan base liked him early, In 2020, he believed he had one of the best teams in college football when they went 9-1. Last year was a disappointment. This year is going to be a bigger disappointment. I think he would get out ahead, take his $40 million, recalibrate, and get another job.
Because, well, he's 56. I mean, $40 million at 56. All of a sudden, you're leaving money to your. I mean, he's got his iced out kid on the sidelines there. I don't know if y'all have seen him a lot lately.
Your great grandkids at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it goes that far. If you invest it right, it does. But $40 million, that's a good amount of money.
One more thing before we go, brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Tell us about C-Stew.
Yeah, look, hey, those leaves are falling. One thing you don't want to do on weekends is get the ladder out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap's patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty, 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off dangerous ladders forever. 45% off the retail price. Right now, for the next round viewer and listener, call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
Kerry says, lucky for them, the price of oil is about to go up again. So
it is. I saw that.
And price of oil is always a good price, right?
Yeah.
If you got oil money.
If you own the oil, yeah.
Patrick says, how about Jimbo to the Plains? I mentioned that earlier, whether Auburn fans would want him or not. And he adds that, by the way, I'm 36. I would take $20 million right now, to be honest with you.
Somebody asked me the other night if I would take $50 million to never watch sports again in my life.
Done.
I said I couldn't do it. Then they asked me.
Nah, you're lying.
Wait a second.
You're lying to yourself.
Yeah.
I said if I could watch the Rams, then I would take my $50 million.
Yeah, I would take $50 million
It's
and
one team.
pay people off who happened to be in the room with me when I was watching sports to not tell people I was watching sports.
But then I was asked $5 million to never eat a piece of meat again. I said I'm all in.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, yeah, I could easily do that.
Oh, awful.
Pasta, Mexican.
Your Lunchables are done.
If my Lunchables are done, that's fine. I'd be all in for $5 million.
You would be like Nigon, wouldn't you? You'd be. Remember the trash yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Drink water.
Nigon, only water.
I'd take $50 million not to watch sports again.
Would you?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't take $5 million not to eat meat.
No. I love meat.
So
I mean, I love sports, but we're talking about different numbers now.
Now, what if you had to give up one of the two?
Which one had I rather give up?
Yeah.
Sports.
Wow.
I can't go the rest of my life never eating another piece of meat?
Yeah, I can eat pretzels and watch the Rams.
I could give both up for $55 million.
I like how he just combined the two. That's a good idea.
That's a good idea, Jeff.
And at my age, I could give up something else if we want to go all the way up to an even 100.
Now, Kerry does have a point. I would just listen on the radio.
I mean,
it's a great point. I love games on the radio.
The immediate thing you both do is try to find the loophole. I say, well, I'd be in a room and pay people off.
Yeah,
hey, you got to find loopholes.
But radio,
what
you're
the
right.
world's about.
I mean, now that I know how all the uniforms look, I'll just always imagine the best uniforms. See, in my head, if I'm listening to the Dolphins, they're playing in your favorite uniforms. They're not playing. Yeah,
that would be better.
Speaking of uniforms, quickly before we go, Troy is doing a throwback this weekend to 1987, the old school Troy National Championship helmet. It's like a red version of Michigan State.
That's back. That's back when they used to play Jack State all the time, man.
That's right. Good luck, though. #1Troy. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. But remember, football starts tonight. SMU UCF 6 on ESPN2. It is pupil versus teacher. Rhett Lashley versus Gus Malzahn. Who you cheering for?
I'll probably go Lashley in this one.
I'm cheering for Lashley.
SMU's got the best uniform.
Go pupil. SMU plus 2.5 is the winner.
Great uniform.
Plus 2.5. I like SMU 2 tonight if you want to fade Dunaway. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.